Hi, everyone. Hope you all can hear me. And thank you for joining us for today's Youth 2.0 webinar. I'm Bhadran, your host for today, and warmly welcome you to Youth 2.0 ASEAN Plus, a virtual 2-day introspective and immersive webinar spanning 9 countries over 4 time zones. This is designed to refine our inner self and enable us to grow as a youthful person in today's complex and ever-changing landscape. So, You may be wondering, what exactly is Youth 2.0? Well, I'm glad you asked. Youth 2.0 was developed in April earlier this year, where a group of young volunteers embarked upon a journey to bring like-minded youth together all over the world. This has culminated in a 2-day global event featuring speakers, experts, and personalities from all over the world. This event was a tremendous success, and it received over 8,000 registrations globally and has expanded to over 65 countries with new volunteers joining every day. Youth 2.0 has conducted such uplifting and engaging webinars in South Asia, North America, Oceania, Europe, the Baltic countries, and Russia, Latin America, Africa, and now ASEAN and the Far East. Finding and connecting with our peers across the globe is still more vital than ever. With the pandemic still raging and bringing much turbulence to our lives, careers, and future plans, it is time that we come together and dive deeper into ourselves. We need to find a way to integrate ourselves on the inside so we can face circumstances on the outside. So rest assured, the next 2 days will be filled with brilliant and diverse speakers from ASEAN and the surrounding countries, who will be discussing and sharing beliefs on a range of youth-centric topics. Now, before we begin, here are some quick ground rules. This session is meant to be interactive and engaging, so please feel free to communicate your thoughts to us via the comment section. We will be sure to address them towards the end of each session. Secondly, please refrain from using inappropriate language in the comment section and maintain respect towards the speaker and fellow participants. Thirdly, please try not to use your phone throughout the entire session unless absolutely necessary, like for mentees and whatnot. This will help you focus on our learnings for the day. And lastly, try to be present for the entire session today. The activities are structured coherently and will help you focus on our learnings of the day. Buckle up, you're in for an exciting journey today. Now, before we get started on today's program, we have some good news for you. All participants will be presented with an e-certificate for attending our 2-day seminar. All you have to do to avail the certificate is fill up the form at https://bit.ly/y2a sign in, or simply, and more conveniently, scan the QR code which will be displayed on the screen. Which is displayed on the screen, in fact. Well, I repeat, all participants will be presented with an e-certificate for attending today's webinar, and all you have to do to avail the certificate is fill up the form at https://bit.ly/y2a sign in, or simply scan the QR code displayed on the screen right now. Okay, we'll just give you a few seconds to do that. The form should be relatively simple. I personally am very excited for how today's session is going to go, and I hope you guys share my enthusiasm as well. Okay, now, moving on. To kickstart our session for today, let's begin with a quick mentee question, just to get a feel of how all of us are doing today. So please log on to www.mentee.com and punch in the code 1148524. Yes, it's displayed on the screen right now. So please go on to mentee.com and use the code 1148524. Or alternatively, simply just scan the QR code. We'll give a few seconds before I think everyone should be able to log into the mentee. This Menti is just very casual, just to make sure all of us get acquainted with our audience and our audience members can know what countries and backgrounds that we come from, which I find is a pretty good icebreaker to the entire Youth 2.0 that we're having today. So let's give it a few more seconds before we move on to the question for the day. Okay, here's the question. Wow, the responses are flooding in. So what country or city are you joining us from today? We have a few responses. Singapore is the main one. Okay, I'm kind of proud. Then we have Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia. We have Chennai, India. Wow, our audience today is really very diverse. And that's a very good sign. It shows that many people from all across the world are very passionate about these youth-centric topics and mental wellness, among others, which definitely bodes well for the future, don't you think? Okay, we have a few more responses trickling in now. And okay, so this is just a quick warm-up question for our audience to get acquainted with each other, and I hope all of us are slightly more getting into the mood, and we'll be moving on from here. So we'd like to thank all our audience members who very actively responded to our first question. That's a lovely and fantastic way to begin our first session. So to kickstart today's program, our pilot session is a discussion titled Creating Momentum in Life to Unleash Your Inner Potential. I repeat, creating momentum in life to unleash your potential. And this will be conducted by our expert speaker for today, Mr. Manish Arneja. So here's a bit more context about Mr. Arneja's background before we get into the bulk of his session. Mr. Arneja has a broad global experience as both an internal and external consultant in building trust with clients regardless of level, industry, or geography. He has also spoken at various international platforms and has trained leaders in diverse organizations such as HSBC, Grab, Unilever, Danone, among many others. So, with that said, let us enjoy a short video crafted by our guest speaker, Mr. Arneja himself.
If you lost your wallet today, how long are you going to keep thinking about it? 1 hour? 1 day? 1 month? Few months? How long is it going to impact your joy? During my earlier years, hierarchy was a huge issue for me. The more senior the person was, the smaller I became. And I realized throughout my life, I had given a lot of power to others, what they think of me, or changes happening around me. But when I truly realized that I am the owner and the driver of my thoughts, my energy, my emotions, I had the huge power in my life, and joy has been abundant since then. To participate in life 100% or not is our choice. Willingly or unwillingly is our choice. And to be joyful or miserable is our choice. Hi, I am Manish. I am a speaker, a resilience coach, and a believer in you to live life 100%.
That was really an enriching video, and I personally can't wait for the pearls of wisdom that Mr. Arneja has to share with us. So a bit more about the following session. So the following session will be moderated by our two very talented guest moderators, Mr. Narayan from Japan and Ms. Nidhi Howard from Thailand. So with that said, please sit back, relax, and enjoy the next session. Over to you, Mr. Narayan and Ms. Nidhi.
Thank you, Bhadran. Thank you all for joining us today in this session panel discussion on creating resilience and bringing momentum in life to unleash your potential. Sometimes as we go through life with certain circumstances, we start feeling that we are getting stuck. So today's session is going to deal with bringing in that momentum when we start to feel stuck.
All right. Hi, guys. My name is Narayan Mani, coming from Tokyo, Japan. And today I'm really excited to talk to Manish Arneja, who will be coming up on screen now.
Hi,
Hi,
Narayan.
Manish.
Good to see you. Yes. Thank you.
Good
Thank
to
you for
see you
having
on
me.
screen. No, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the screen. Thank you so much. And I'm really excited to ask you the following questions with Nidhi. And all right, so we'll start with the first one.
You can hear me well,
I mean,
right,
like,
Narayan? Just checking.
yeah, we can hear you
me
well.
okay?
We can hear you
All right.
perfectly well. Thank you. All right, so Manish, let's start with the very, back to the basics question. Like we want to know more about your journey, and how did you find this, the topic we're talking about, momentum, in your life? So if you don't mind.
Oh, in my life. Okay. As you can see from my skin, I grew up in India. Half my life was there. And I would say there are 3 episodes that I found where I found some momentum and performance, you can call it. The first one, which is as we grow up in school, achieving academic excellence. And I did top up in my school in my commerce stream, and I was really happy, excited. And that was one area of momentum where you see some joy, you see performance happening, you get to the college you want to go. But that lasted very long, very short. College shortlist comes in, you go to the college, and 2 months later, I actually quit the college and joined hotel management. So all my 87% went into drain. And I'm thinking, why this happen? Where did it go? All my 12th, all my A levels, you can call it, for international people, I worked so hard to get a grade, and I left it to do hotel management that anybody with that grade can join. So that was my first momentum. And as you saw in the video, I I moved to UK, and I thought, wow, people are from different races, different colors, and I'm here, MBA from Philippines, and who am I to belong here with NCR and NUS and many other colleges, Duke and London Business School. So for me, I thought, wow, my confidence is broken. I'm thinking twice. Is my shirt being ironed? Is my clothes being properly? Am I writing the right email? Am I sending the right thing? And I'm working really hard. So I thought this is not happening. So what I tried to do is to shift my focus from my office area to running. So I did 3 marathons in 2009 in a couple of 18 months or so. And I thought that gives me a momentum in the way I looked at office, in the way I looked at connecting to myself, my belief, my strengths. And I thought if I can achieve that, in office is not a problem. So it shifted my perspective. So, but the last one, which I thought in career, I was not like the best. I was the average guy. So I was wondering something is missing. I spent all my career and my life in doing change management in sales in Philippines, UK, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Singapore, in corporate jobs, but something was missing. So last 4 years, I really understood what momentum is. And last 4 years, I've been speaking and training and teaching people on resilience, which momentum for me actually is not about achieving success. It came from when you know and you find what is your biggest strength. And when you use that strength to impact somebody bigger than you, that is where momentum happens. So I'm going to share that further more if you're okay with it. So that's why I thought, wow, 15 years I spent on doing something which may not be exciting and maybe finding joy, but joy goes, performance comes and goes. But now I think there's the speed that I would have grown in the last 4 years is, I would say it's much different than finding my grades in school, much different than running those marathon, because that comes with you align with your purpose, you align with your strengths, and you use those like I'm doing now on a Saturday to engage people across the world. And I would do it for free, even if you ask me for the whole weekend. That's the point.
Wow.
When you do that, that's momentum. And we can talk about it more if you want to.
Yeah, sure, Manish. So you're talking about resilience and momentum in your field of work. Tell us
Yeah.
how youth can develop their resilience and momentum.
Okay. Wow. Quite a deep question for me to think. I think I work a lot with youth, just to let you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one thing I've realized is that for finding momentum, we have few focuses. Yeah. One is I want to achieve something. So there's a task area. One is I want to do this. I want to build my business. I want to be in the best of my management teams. I want to be the
Right.
senior manager. A lots on task achievement. And there's another one, there's another achievement, which is, I will build relationships. I'll be a better mom, better son, and be growth and better connection, better relationship, better Facebook friends, LinkedIn, etc. These are not the places that you will find momentum. The places, as you saw in some of the posters in the video, it comes when you go forget about the others. You go deep dive into yourself, like scuba dive into yourself, and you try to understand what moves you, and what is how can I build that level of self-awareness and capacity. Now, when I would say self-awareness and capacity, it is the weakest spot right now. Yeah. Wake up every day, we run, meeting, go, one, two,
That's
three,
true.
four, five, six. The whole year passes like, wow, my weight is 5 kgs more. Or how did I become so boring and a worryful person? Because you are focusing on everything else, but you have no
Right.
minutes, 0 minute to focus on, can I just enjoy my tea and look at myself on a scale of 1 to 10, how am I doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, people don't even have 2 minutes to see when they wake up, just rush. So if you want to find momentum, forget about the outside, your job, your career. You spend time, 2 minutes when you wake up, before you leave bed, is to check in with yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. Where am I? And if I'm less than 5, I'm sure you will have the answers to do something. So that's my first thing to notice. So if I would say,
Right.
if I have to work on myself, Nidhi, I have a simple example. If you're okay for me to share, you know.
Sure, please.
So for example, let's say lots of change happening, right? COVID and job change and structure change, and people are worried what to do. So I give them an example, very simple one. Let's say this, I take this pinch of salt in my hand. Yeah. And let's say a youth or a person 28 years old, his capacity is this level, like a cup. And
Okay.
I add this pinch of salt in this cup. Will this cup be salty? It'll be salty, right?
Of
Yeah.
course.
And if
Of
you
course it will
if
be.
you say I'm going to take action to change the world with this capacity, it would be very difficult, because it'll still be salty. It'll still be salty. Now, if I
Right.
grow up my capacity to this level, yeah, just like this bottle,
Okay.
and I add this pinch of salt, Narayan and Nidhi,
Yeah.
it would not be salty. So before you think of taking an action, before you think of thinking, oh, how am I going to change the world? If you're running at this speed, if your processor is this slow, if your iPhone 5 and you think you're going to change the world, it's not going to happen. If you improve to iPhone 11, if you want to improve, then you can download any apps, you can take any action. So the point for you to build your resilience is not by thinking of action. You need to look at, how is my capacity? Am I living my life like this? Am I living my life like this? Now, the problem that happens is people think, you know what, I'm going to work hard. I'm going to change the difference. But your iPhone 5, you're running like this. And if you're going to be like this, your performance will be only like this. So what you need to do is to build that. And how do you build that? There are many things. Heartfulness, talk about mindfulness. When you talk about,
Right.
you can build emotional strength. That means I build positive emotions. You can build calm. You can build coherence. You build pressure tolerance. You can build mindset, growth mindset, focus, optimism. You can build your spirit, connect to your purpose, connect to your strengths. You can build physical endurance, energy, vitality. And when you build all these four components, as we know in Vedic scriptures, your body, your heart, your mind, your spirit, you build
Absolutely.
yourself to that level. And when you build that yourself to that level, you know what? Bring it on. Now I will handle all the apps. I will do everything, because my processor speed, my RAM, is much
Yeah.
faster and much bigger. Does it make sense? So that's how I
Makes
would say,
complete
to
Us.
sense.
build on, and to rather than think of actions. Your actions is determined on your capacity, and you need to build that first.
Wow. I mean, there's a lot of gems in what you mentioned there, and I really want to dig a little bit more deeper into all of those things. And here's the another question that popped up in my mind. And the thing is, like, since you mentioned that you work with a lot of youth in your
Yeah.
career, Like what,
Mostly
like
senior
from
executive,
your
but yeah, some youth. Yeah.
I mean, hey, youth is youth. So like, I mean, like being part of the youth as well, the young generation here, like based on your observations and your understanding, like what do you think is missing in the youth nowadays? Like, like what's the barrier that is kind of like, or a limitation that kind of makes them lose that momentum that you have been speaking so fondly of?
Wow, interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
there's lots of studies we done. I mean, I can share with you one of the research we did on millennials, which
Right.
are born after
Yeah.
1990, and few points. So 5 areas, but I will deep. Maybe we don't have time for the whole hour to talk about 5 areas. But I think personally, speaking and coaching my nephews and people I
Yeah.
work with, and
Yeah.
sometimes I have conversation. I feel of the five, the one biggest one, and I'll talk about two or three if you're okay with it. But
Right.
the one
Yeah.
biggest one is worry. Worry is
Yeah.
killing the youth
Yep.
today. Meaning, um, I'm always thinking, what can I achieve? I'm always thinking about the future. I'm always thinking of now. Worry, everyone worried. I worried. I'm sure Nidhi worried, but the worry today is different. The worry today is very different. I'll tell you why. The worry today is determined by not because my parents said, should I be a doctor or should I be an engineer? My choices were limited. Now my choices are huge. Now
Huge.
my
I
choices
agree.
are, I can be an Instagrammer, I can be an art designer, I can be a
Right.
videographer,
Right.
I can be a musician, or I can be a solo artist, or I can be a doctor, engineer, all. Now with that space, that's one. Now I have lots of choices. My mind is running with a lots of thoughts. How will I become sometime? When I grew up, I only had two choices, right? You take bachelor's in commerce, or you take and have no problems and no worry, because I have three colleges and two choices. Now choices are immersed,
Right.
and that's causing a lot of worry. The second choice, the reason of worry, we all know this, people who are joining this session, is social media. I look at my social media and I see, wow, my friend gone to London. And even if I go to some city in Philippines and Boracay, I was like, wow, Boracay, I don't want to post the pictures anymore, because people are going to London and Europe and comparing yourself to others. So even if you do great, you're also comparing to somebody. Nobody is sitting at home and relaxing and putting a picture. Oh, I'm having a poor time at my home. People are only putting pictures either where they are, or where they are not, but aspiring to be. Yeah. So when you keep yourself comparing to other person, worry, worry, worry,
Mm,
worry, worry, that's killing. So what's happening with the youth now is you are just sitting on the table because no action. Resilience is going down,
mm,
and I'm thinking, what will I do? Should I do this? Should I do that? Should I become a doctor, engineer? Should I
Ah,
take this off? Should I take off? And then I'm down, and then I'm stuck to that rift. Then I stay on my phone. The second biggest problem is sleep. Even if you find it very
mm,
funny, Narayan, the biggest challenge. I work with a lot of youth in some of the organizations. Biggest lowest score is sleep. They think that I'm majestic. I'll have a coffee tomorrow and I'll be fantastic and I'll run my computer with 100% speed. Sleeping at 2, and then what do you do? You wake up on a weekend at 11. And when you're waking on a weekend on 11, you're resetting your body clock on Monday blues, Tuesday blues. By the time you're fully on, it's Wednesday, and then it's Thursday, Friday for a drink. So of the 7 days, I'm working one day, meaning
mm,
my performance is gone, my momentum is gone, I'm in my head. And the last thing, which is another one which I want to share with you, is self-criticism.
mm.
Meaning, even if I achieve, my expectation of myself is so high that I want to be the best, right? I'm sure, Narayan, you know
Mm.
that. You left your country, New
Yeah.
Zealand, you went to Japan. So every day in my
Yep.
head is, I
I did.
have that expectation. When even
Right.
I
Right.
miss this
Exactly.
little expectation, what do I do? Do I say, oh, well done, Narayan, you achieved 90% results? No. You say, I missed that 10%. And
Yep.
beating that, we call it self-beating. That means, like, I give an example. Let's say you don't achieve, or somebody says you are bad, Ryan, you didn't do perform well in your school, or your
Right.
presentation was poor. It's like an arrow that hits you. And what we do as youth is, you take the arrow and you stab yourself 100 times. Keep stabbing till
Right.
it 2 weeks go. And people say, wow, how will you find performance? I'm not sleeping. I'm blaming myself for everything, that I'm the culprit.
Yeah.
I can't make decision and keep worrying. And who is doing the job? Nobody. Somebody is sitting on autopilot, who wakes up, who comes in front of a computer, his hands move
Yeah.
automatically, his mind moves automatically, he starts working. And he finishes the job, with his Instagram, comparing himself to people, worrying about what will he get, and then he got into alcohol and depression and mental issues. And this is now how you build resilience. Does it make sense? So I gave you some few perspective. You pick up what you want to take from today's perspective. Is it your sleep which is broken? Is it you thinking, you know what, I criticize myself and I don't have my self-love, I don't acknowledge myself, I just even don't even acknowledge when I go for a yoga class to say, hey, went for a 5-kilometer run. If you're going to keep beating yourself, it's going to be a difficult journey. So I'm sorry, I'm passionate about it because this is an area which is putting a lot of people down, you know.
Yeah, Manish, I agree that, you've absolutely nailed it because
Yeah.
when we look around, these are a few complications that the youth today is handling, and from the FB also, our live audience is sending us a question for you. And the first question that has come up is this only, that how do you beat over competitiveness at the university and at work? Because that seems to be hindering our growth. And the second question is on the similar lines again, that how do we deal with inferiority complex? See, it arises from the same space that you were talking about, the worrying mind. So if you can kind of help the youth in finding space, which, because it is a competitive world, they know it, they're struggling with it. And there comes also this time and age where, yeah, they're young, they have not yet developed their complete potential.
Okay.
So inferiority complex can come in. So what
Yeah,
is
yeah.
your take on that?
I mean, my take is one take. I can share my perspective. As I
Yes.
shared with you, I found momentum. You know, if you're going to say competitively, you will achieve something, your excellence will happen. And if your capacity is only this big, you will go there. How many minutes you will enjoy that achievement when competition will happen? 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, gone. Right? Another competition will happen. Another competition will happen. Another competition will happen. You become a manager, you become a senior manager. So if you want to build yourself to be thriving and keeping your momentum with you, you need to understand there are two factors you need to work with. The factor number one is success and achievement. That is what you are driving, which is great. It's good to be competitive. It's good. Resilience is not built by sitting on the desk in Boracay or in Goa or somewhere in a beach. It is by hard work, it's by
Absolutely.
perseverance. But the problem that is, we have another tangent, which is joy. Now, if you keep going, achievement, and your joy is declining, it's not going to happen. So you need to look at all of both of these factors. Okay, fine, I am getting competitive, but am I losing my joy? Am I moving backwards? And how do I bring myself back into balance in this area? So for me, if I am competitive, let's say I would say that I have to beat someone. So first is the focus is very poor, which is I am comparing myself to somebody else. Matthew McCartney comes to my mind in his speech of Oscars 2000 he says that, you know, it's not about beating someone else. It's to have your own person standing and talking to you 10 years down the road that you are going to beat. It is your own best self that is looking up to you and say, Narayan, when you are 35, what is your best self? When you are 37, what is your best self? And if you look at that person, are you moving to that person? Yeah. So for me also, I grew up, how do we improve is always comparing. You know, my neighbors, he got 95% maths, I didn't get, fear, worry. Or you can live your life in worry. Or you can say, this is my target, this is my value. So I had established my value, which is positive energy, inspiration, and growth for me. Yeah. So this is my goal post, that I want to be more aspiring, more having growth regularly, and creating positive energy. So, you know, there are better speakers than me. They can do brilliant stuff. I can go compare to learn, to inspire from them and improve and help you with my growth. But if I go into beating myself, you're going to go downwards. So does it make sense? So be aware, compare yourself to others, and have more self-acceptance. You know, your time will come. I'll give you one example. You know, KFC, you know, right? The guy who
Yes.
made the...
Yes,
At what
absolutely.
age do you think he invented KFC?
Wasn't it in his 50s, if I remember?
60. Yeah,
Yeah,
60,
60s.
62.
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
for him, if he has started comparing at 20 years old to all those people who are running ahead of him, making business, he has no idea what maybe God or something has planted for him. For
Right.
Alibaba, he has been doing minimal jobs as a teacher. Alibaba is in Jack Ma, doing
Right.
minimal jobs. By the time he became a billionaire, so you don't worry. Let them run their race
Mm.
now. Your time will come.
Welcome.
Don't worry. Everyone has this time. My time, maybe now, maybe later. Maybe it was not in
Right.
school. Maybe it was not in college. You
Yeah.
just do what best you can do at this time today. So I think that would be a better way to look at it,
Yeah.
rather than
Yeah.
thinking he's doing better than me and I worry. He has 1,000 likes on Instagram. Don't worry. You will get a million point, and then you will get to a much better space soon.
True.
Just keep doing what you can do best using your
Yeah.
strengths.
So, Manish, what I
Okay.
took from you here is that first is goal setting and actually working
Yeah.
towards it and not just being sitting on the couch and, thinking about it. And the second was to be laid back and take your own time while you have set your goals. There is another tangent, as you mentioned, where, you have to create your own space
Right.
and find that balance, that
Yeah.
energy from within to work on. But
Yeah.
tell me, I have a question that's leading to this talk
Mm.
that you gave.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is relaxation is good, but we're talking about youth here, and so then don't you think that relaxation can also be counterintuitive? People around in the work area might take you to be lazy. Whenever you have this sense of
Mm.
you're trying to be, so bring in a sense of balance. Let me do a little bit of meditation, mindfulness, blah blah blah. Um, People might have their perceptions about it. What does the youth do with
Okay.
that?
I don't know about how the youth knows about relaxation, but I think personally it's quite broken, to be frank, from the way they sleep,
Mm.
the way they look at sleep, the way they keep
True.
working hard and strive for
Mm.
success and excellence. Now let's go to the
Yeah.
place where the best performance happen. Sports
Mm.
arena, military,
True.
you know. And do you
True.
think a person who is playing, let's say, Wimbledon final, Federer, yeah, do you think he achieves his best world class pace by keep doing what he's doing every day without having a sense of joy and relaxation? Within each point, that person is tossing a ball. Within each point,
Mm.
that person is breathing out to find that space of calmness, so that when the next ace hits, he's at his best game. Now,
True.
the challenge is, even if you see, there was one match I was watching with Andy Murray. I don't know if you like tennis or not, Narayan and Nidhi, but
Yeah.
he
I
said,
watched
oh, he,
tennis.
he had a 3.5 hours of Wimbledon semifinals, and will he be able to recover for the finals, which is 2 days later? 2 days later. That
Right.
means from a Friday to a
Mm.
Sunday, will he be able to recover? Now, that is something we
Mm.
don't even think how important our recovery is, Nidhi. How important that is. Now, if you are, I'm just giving an example. Let's say there are a lot of
Mm.
youth who are very motivated in their job. 6 months down the road, steam dies away. How many of you notice that?
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah, Narayan, I'm
True.
Yeah.
sure you would notice. And
Yep.
then what they do, people are saying, "Oh, the retention is moving away," and
Mm.
people are switching jobs. The reason is because I'm getting exhausted and I'm looking for new adventure. I'm looking for new adventure. I'm looking for new adventure,
Mm.
because there is no sense of joy and relaxation coming in. Now, I don't need, especially with COVID now, people are waiting. Oh, I can't go holidays. I can't go to the beach. I'm waiting for that relaxation to happen in the end of December. I don't need to wait for that. Like Federer, I can build this every day, every moment. Now, I am going to invite you, all those people who are just sitting there on your table
Mm.
or your chair, is to
Yep.
move a little bit. Every 90
Right.
minutes, move. Do a bit of a stretch as you wake up, or we can do some practice together to breathe. So maybe I can take you to a little bit of a breathing practice. So I invite you
Sure.
Right.
to, yeah, all of us. So perhaps
Let's do it.
maybe keep your back straight, and hand on your belly, one hand on the belly and one hand on your uh, lap. And I hope
Okay.
you have a belly button, all of you. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay, so as you breathing in, one way of breathing is my chest goes up, yeah, and I feel very tense. This is activating a stress response, meaning I'm in a
Mm.
getting action mode, getting to do things. We can do it
Right.
every day. After a big assignment, I finish, you come back to rejuvenation. You come back to rejuvenation. So what we're going to do now is, as you breathe in, engage your belly, that as your belly is expanding, it's coming out like a balloon filling up through with your air. Does it make sense? So guys who
Okay.
are all listening to me on Facebook, you can join us as well. And if you're able to do it, you can type in yes, that you are able to move your belly as you breathe in. As you breathe in, as you breathe in, your belly should move out. And as you breathe out, your belly should become smaller. As you breathe in, belly should become bigger, and you breathe out smaller. I'm sure you're able to do it now. So as you breathe in, counting 3, 2, 1, exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in 3, 2, 1. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in 3, 2, 1. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in 3, 2, 1. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in 3, 2, 1. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in 3, 2, 1. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in 3, 2, 1. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathe in 3, 2, 1. Exhale 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. One more breath and a smile. All right. Okay, with a smile, stand up, stand up, stand up. Let's stand up. All right. And we do some stretching, some stretching, some stretching, and relax ourselves a bit. Relax ourselves a bit. If you can,
Right.
that will help you to find the space that you're looking for. You don't need to go for a Boracay. You no need to go for holidays. You can bring that up every day. Maybe taking a power nap, going to bed on time. That's how you build recovery. That's how you build the space that every day the joy stays with you. Doing your hobby,
Right.
how many of us even miss out on this time period to go for your yoga class, or doing your music, your arts. Everything is rush, 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 and we think we're going to win Wimbledon without having that gap. It's impossible. There are people, let's say, in cycling, they think they're like this. They go for this Tour de France or even a cycling competition. First 20 minutes, the fastest person, but after that, the last person. And that point
True.
is because without any recovery, without managing your coherence, your balance, you can't be Federer, you can't be Obama. You would be a person who is just like a red ball with anger, frustrated, running, running, running. And somebody
Right.
gives you a bone and then you're running and chasing again. That's not how
Right.
life is. Life is chasing and relaxing, chasing, relaxing, finding joy. Even if you read a movie, you know that day would be great. Now, I'll ask you one question. I mean, people who are in the call, the day when you
Yeah.
wake up and you sleep well and you go for your run or for your hobby, that day your possibility to achieve a higher capacity of results is much more, because you have relaxed, you have engaged emotions, you have
Yep.
your mind in focus, you're more optimistic, giving high five to friends. But if you're working, working, working every day, what happens? You were joining the company at 10
Mm.
battery. 4 months later, battery is 8. 6 months later, battery is 2. And then you want to quit and there's no motivation. And what we do is take coffee, say, my mind is going to be a strong one and I should be persevering. It doesn't work like that. Your mind is very fragile. Anything that I eat,
Mm.
Narayan, anything that we eat,
Yeah.
let's say I take some nuts right now, anything I eat, 20% is used by my brain. It's a very, very expensive machinery to run. So that means my
Oh,
brain
that's
needs
really
recovery.
interesting.
My brain needs recovery. It can only focus on few things.
Yeah.
If you're going to consume a lot of gas from your brain, you wake up, a few days later, you'll be like, 5, wake up 4, no energy, I want to stay in bed and check my phone. And then there is no juice, there is no joy in life. So for me, if I'm going to add that, Nidhi, it's a huge topic right now for youth. It's
Mm.
it's regular recovery to find that balance, to find a bigger meaning and momentum. It may sound counterintuitive, but
Mm.
it's very important.
I think
Got it.
that's very good. Like the question was like that was the initial question of to you, like about how people burn out over the period of time. And you mentioned this whole like thing about relaxation and taking like a few moments from the day and just kind of doing the breathing exercises and stretching your arms and legs. That would be a really good way to kind of rejuvenate yourself even during the times of extreme stress and
Yeah.
demands from given from people, right? So
You don't
that
need
is
to wait till tomorrow. That's why I say when you wake up,
mm,
Narayan, or anybody,
right.
check, am I on a scale of 10 to 5? If I below 5 and I'm
Yeah.
rushing and I'm anxious, my heart rate is high and I become like a dog of the day, that's not the way you
Yeah.
live life. You wake up with a 10. When you wake up
Right.
with a 10, your day will be at least a 9. The way you would look at life would be different. The way you connect with friends would be different. The way you would be joyful, your smile would be bigger. The problem is,
That
if
is
your battery
so
is dead,
true.
it's going to be very different. It's going to be very difficult. Some of us in youth, they don't even
Mm.
realize that they wake up, their heart rate is like you're going for a jog. And as soon as they check their phones, oh my God, this WhatsApp
Yes.
message, this email, and I have to
Exactly.
reply, and keep going through the
Exactly.
whole day. The only way to relax in the end is Instagram. That's another problem because then you start comparing.
Yeah.
So this is not a way to live life.
No, definitely, definitely. I mean, like I work in project management, and I completely agree with you. If I really sleep like for at least a moderately about 7 hours, I wake up in the morning and I go to work, I'm a lot more like able to make decisions faster and able to
Yeah.
converse in a very calm tone with people. I completely agree with you there because truly experienced that.
And
So
sleeping
it's
early,
huge.
10:30,
Yeah, it is.
10:30.
It's
Even
great.
if you think you're getting 8 hours, sleeping at 2, it's not going to happen because deep sleep
Yeah,
is fundamental, which happens in the early part of the night. All
right,
right, it's
right.
a deep topic, so I thought maybe useful, Nidhi. Thank
Definitely.
you.
So great. Perfect. And I have another question. We're talking about um, moral boosters, okay? And we say, what is the best moral booster? Like to find our strength, and if things don't go our way, because the second things don't go our way, we tend to like completely start crashing internally, and it starts showing off in the external kind of way of doing things. So, what are those counters, or you could say the boosters that would be good to keep your morals in check regarding that situation?
Morals meaning motivation, or is that the
Yeah,
question
you could
from the
say,
audience?
yeah, one of the
It's the
questions is from
question.
the audience. Yeah, one of the questions
Is
from the audience was about that. Like, so if we find our strength, how do we find our strength when things don't go our way? Because any moment it can just snaps and the whole thing goes downhill. So how would you think of what would be one of your suggestions or perhaps your advice
Yeah,
regarding
okay. So you know, maybe it sounds
that?
a bit philosophical answer, but
No
for me,
problem.
I want to share this with you is that things in the world will never go your way.
Right,
If they gone your way, you wouldn't be here. Now, all those the one who is asking the question is for me to
mm,
look at your life. Think of the
right,
one thing in your life which did not go your way. One thing in
right,
your life. And I can tell you, because of that thing that didn't go your way, it
right.
gave you the biggest change. It gave you who you are. I lost my job in EY in UK.
Okay,
That was the best thing that happened to me because it gave me to start my business. It helped me to hire people. It helped me to grow my consulting in London.
right.
So if you're thinking your expectation is the most amazing thing in life, I'm glad they're not going your way. Now, the point is, how much attached do I feel with that outcome?
Mm,
How much attached? That means my whole life is around this getting that to the college, getting to that university. So what? On a scale of 1 to 100, if I didn't get into college, if I didn't get that promotion, just maybe we can call it surrender, we can call it acceptance, we can call it lightness. You just think of there is always a possibility that something else may come through, something else
mm,
may come through which may be much a better direction. So it's a bit of a philosophical perspective. I'll just tell
right.
with you my pipe was leaking outside my house.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so let me give an example. I used to live in a
Okay,
house
go for it.
few in Singapore, couple of blocks away, And that house was great. The rent was so cheap. Me and my wife was living there, and it's like, wow, central Singapore, such a cheap rent. And that building went down because it was an old condo. So they said they en block it, and like, oh, we were
Right.
crying for it. I thought we could have lived there forever, and it's a beautiful
Yeah.
place. And now I found something else, which is a grounded property with a garden at the back at the similar rent. And I'm thinking, if I had not had that event happen, I wouldn't found the place here and I wouldn't live here.
Yeah.
My pipe was leaking and spoiling my whole front garden. And I'm thinking, so annoyed. And it was leaking. So I went upstairs and checked with my neighbor, and he allowed me to
Oh,
use his gym, which was, wow, I made a
that's
new
great.
friend. You never know. Today, you never know.
Yes.
It's
Every
only
cloud
like
has a
Steve Jobs
silver
said.
lining.
Yeah, like Steve Jobs says.
Yeah.
Steve Jobs said, you
Agreed.
can only connect the dots moving backwards. You just let the
Yeah.
dots happen. You can only connect the dots backwards.
Yeah. Every
Wow.
cloud has a silver lining, as they say.
Yes, yes,
So
definitely.
let's not worry about our failures and just centralize within and try
Mm.
to figure out what next. And then
Yeah,
we will be able to
I want to
connect
add
the
that
dots.
here. I want to add that thing here, which you added here, Nidhi, is focus. Now, if you're going to think, oh, I didn't get into this college, I didn't get to the job, you get into the worry, who is doing the action? My point
Yeah.
is the outcome more important or the
Right.
action that you're going to do today? You're sitting on
Also,
your
the
desk.
journey.
Yeah.
Also, the
I mean,
journey, I would try to reiterate here.
Right.
Sometimes we miss out on the joy of the journey, waiting for the
Mm.
destination to arrive.
right.
But the experience of the journey is unique in its own, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, to add on to.
I just give the example that I quote sometimes salespeople and says, "Oh, like what in COVID our results are not happening." I said, "Okay, fine. Results are not happening. You can't meet the clients because you're an insurance agent and you have to go out and meet the clients. It's
Yeah.
not happening."
That's true.
Thinking about it, was it giving you? Zero. Thinking about it giving you nothing. What is going
Mm.
to make a difference is what you're going to do today as you wake up. That is taking you to the journey. So, what is the process you can follow? You can dial people, you can connect, you can send
Mm.
email. What is in your control that you can handle? If you're going to just keep thinking about the outcome, your life is miserable, you had no joy, and you're not taking any action, so no momentum. So focus is important, and that's also broken now, Nidhi, because people can't focus on today. Everything is tomorrow. When they go into focus, a Twitter
Yeah.
alarm goes up and WhatsApp goes up, and then they go into checking and replying, and then another thing goes up. The glucose in the brain goes away, and of the 8 hours of productivity, people are only 2 hours productive because they are just
That's true.
distracted with hundreds of things. I want to achieve a sales goal. I
Mm.
can't go out. I don't want to able to do this. And at that time, when I'm on my desk, I'm checking hundreds of things. I want to know who is winning the
Right.
US president. I want to check how many people have liked my Instagram. I want to check everything. And I want to do my project also. Your brain is not going to do that. He can only focus on one or two things. And the only thing you need to do is to just check your email, put yourself on airplane mode. That's my biggest advice. If you want to find momentum, the biggest thing is put on airplane mode, get your job
Mm.
done, and switch on your airplane mode again and get another job done. That's it. That's the only thing you can do in this time, right now, at this next hour.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Great.
right.
My goodness. Actually, there's one question we got from Facebook I would like to ask you. It says that, what if I'm sharing my achievements with people by posting on Facebook, but not being boastful? But how do I address that mindset of people around me?
Okay, wow. Okay, so one thing
Yeah.
is when you're putting things on Facebook, there are lots of
Yeah.
things going on in your head. So,
Right.
my invitation for you is when you are posting, there are two
Yeah.
things for you to check. Number one, hand on heart
Okay.
to yourself, what is my intention? What is
Right.
my intention?
Got it.
Right.
If your intention is to look good, people will fame you and you will go down
Yeah.
the drain.
Yeah.
You
That
need to
makes
be
sense.
aware that what is my real intention. Be clear with that. The second is you catch your thoughts as they're running on your head, in your head, when you're posting on the Facebook. Okay, people will
Right.
call me, people will judge me, and in that space it can be very
Right.
chaotic, because lots of thoughts, lots of judgments. What if the people criticize me? What if they If your intention is clear,
Right.
the problem is we don't know what our intention is.
Oh, that's true.
The problem is we don't realize that we have I'm posting actually to be boastful. Even if you're saying you're not boastful, you are posting for the boastfulness. But let's say your
Okay.
intention is to spread the message to others. So let's say I posted this heartfulness session today, just half an hour before. And in my
Right.
head, a few years back, it'll be like, oh, people think you're a great speaker, you're speaking in 1,000 people places. But my intention is for people to join. And I don't
Right.
care if you join, if you don't like me, because my intention is for that person who will join this and make an impact in his life. So I don't care about your event. My intention is for that person who may like that. My intention is for that person who may make a meaningful difference from his uh, post. Does it
Right.
make sense? So if your intention is
Yeah.
to get likes, you will go down the drain. But if your intention is to make a meaningful difference to somebody's life, then your
That's so
post will
true.
also be done well. You will speak from your heart, people will like it more, and you will enjoy the journey. Social media is also a
That's so
bliss
true.
because you can
So
reach to
true.
many people. But the problem is we don't know what my intention. Does it make sense? I don't know if it is making sense
It
too.
does. It does. It does.
And so
So
you're so
we have a
right.
wonderful question with regarding this, Manish, and it is that what is your secret of your
Yeah.
charming attitude, even though you may be stressed? Maybe this can be your parting question because we're talking about Facebook. We're talking about this
Oh, we have some
sometimes.
time. I think we have
Yes.
20 minutes,
Yeah,
right?
we have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for me, I what's yeah, I think you have to do a lot of work. You have to do a lot of work, and don't
Right.
ignore your sport. You feel I would say that the only way, my coach 5 years back he used to say, you need to work on your body, you need to lose weight, you're a speaker, blah blah. I said, no, I don't care. I have a mindset. I can handle it. It is not going to happen this way.
Mhm.
The only way you're going to change your mindset, your emotions, for me, is when you really take your body as your temple. Like Tony Robbins says, you take your body as a epitome of achievement. That means whatever happens, even if I don't achieve the goals, the targets, the college, the school, my body
Mm.
is fundamental. If I don't even treat my body well, then
That's
who
true.
can I treat better?
Yeah.
you know so for me, the
Exactly.
momentum starts with happening with your body, and that's why the mindfulness practice, the yoga practice are foundational.
Mm.
Let's say go back to Vedic scriptures,
Right.
heartfulness, meditation. Why Buddhism, any religion, Jesus,
Yes.
they talk about taking care of your body. You do your hatha yoga, your salvation will happen. So
Okay.
hatha yoga, why is it so foundational in the Vedic scriptures, is because it takes you to a journey of momentum. Now,
True.
if you're eating carbohydrates, sugary food, I'm just giving an example. So for me, it's a lot of
Mm.
work on yourself, a lot of focusing on uh, finding that inner strength of calmness. So
Mm.
then your thoughts starts to become lesser and lesser. when
Right.
your when your body is engaged fully, when you are not thinking about what people think of me. I live my life in London like this, right? What is he thinking, what is
Mm.
he doing,
Mm.
etc.,
Yeah.
etc. And
Yeah.
for me it was like, I can tell you right now, I have minimal thoughts telling me my screen, my poster, etc. Now when you reach that level,
Mm.
then nobody can stop you, because if you're aligned your purpose, you know what your strengths are, you are doing
Mm.
something meaningful, you're impacting, and this mini me sitting in my head is smaller than I am, then you are very powerful. Does it make sense? Because the
Mm.
problem, the
Yeah.
biggest thing is that
That's
mini
very true.
Narayan, that mini Nidhi, that mini Manish
Mm.
sitting in a head, and that becomes so powerful that even if you tell yourself, I'm going to eat, I'm going to lose weight, but this mini me tells you, eat the pizza. Because today, if you don't eat the pizza, you will not find it. Or you shout at it. Now we need to control that mini me. The mini me should become so mini that you can tame it, to put it off your head and put somewhere. But that requires a lot of work. That
Yeah.
requires a lot
Yeah.
of work.
It does. A lot of
Discipline.
Starting
willpower,
is
right? Yeah.
Yes.
not even
Yes.
willpower, your
It's not
physical
easy.
energy and your
Mm.
neurosystem has to be balanced. That's why mindfulness is
Wow.
a way to grow. Because when you are mindful, your mini me is not stronger. That means your willpower is running from your rational brain, your prefrontal cortex, not from your amygdala, your limbic, your old brains. Let's go back to millions of years. I'm just giving one more example. Let's go to
Go for it.
millions of years. Let's say our ancestors going
Yeah.
in the jungle. Yeah, not millions, thousands. Millions is too far. Okay, thousands and thousands of years. They're going in jungle, in savannah, and then they
Yeah.
have a spear, Nidhi. Yeah, and then they're going,
Yeah.
and one ancestor thinks there's a tiger always, so he's just looking for tiger, 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 tiger. And there's one who thinks there's a tiger, there's sometimes no tiger. Which one do you think
Right.
survived? Which one do you think survived?
Mm.
The one who thinks there is always a tiger. Because the one who thought there was once no tiger, he got killed. You
Yeah.
and I and all of us will not exist. That means in our genes, we are always looking for fear, fight. The fear is the biggest area. It's sitting in our head telling us, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that, this is good, this is bad, judging, judging, judging. This brain, we need to control. If you want to control it, you start with your body. Because if you can't control your body, how will you control your brain? Because everything is happening in the body. So I
Absolutely.
need to
Yeah.
start with my yoga practice. I need to breathe out, breathe in, because your body is calm, your body is relaxed. Your mind will say, okay, I understand that you are the master of your body. I will stop talking. When you haven't slept well, your monkey will start chatting more. When you haven't exercised, your monkey will start chatting much more. But the same person can find excellence, which is a state of flow where time flies.
Mm.
You know, the time flies mechanism, which is a state of
Wow.
flow where you work on a game and you're like, wow, I'm cooking and I'm doing my drawing. 3 hours passed. I haven't eaten. I haven't taken a shower. I haven't gone to the loo because I was so focused that my monkeys just disappeared. And
True.
that is the place of momentum. That is the place where the mini me becomes zero, which is called hyperfrontality, meaning my game, that I'm so engaged with my game that life becomes so meaningful. Now, to reach that level, I need to understand that I want to have focus in my life, my goal. If I'm always distracted, they will start to come back up. So please be aware that I think for me, it's starting with the body, respecting yourself more, be grateful of things
Mm.
that are happening every day. Small joys. You don't need to wait for big things. Small joys every day. Cherish. I think that's most important.
True.
Wow.
Very important.
Thank you. That's quite mind blowing. Actually, I need to also take some time to absorb that. But actually, we have a question from YouTube for you, Manish. It's asking like, how do you plan your next 5 moves? So starting now, like I'm presuming everyone will be saying, "What's my next move?" So what would be? How do you plan your next 5 moves, like going forward, the next steps?
Yeah, very good. So for me, like, very, very good question. Actually, it's a very important question,
Yeah, it's a
to be
great question.
frank. I'll tell you why. Because worry and planning are very much connected. the,
Yeah.
the interesting point is when you think about the future, there are two ways.
Right.
You can go into planning, which is from your prefrontal
Right.
cortex, and you plan, okay, I'm going to do A, B, C, D, E. Whereas you can go and
Right.
triggered by worry, which is non planning, but constant repetitive thoughts of what I can do.
Ah,
So
yes,
for me,
definitely.
So
if
true.
I have to think of planning, everyone needs to plan. That means even if you need to put a worry time at one space where planning
Mm.
happens. So I would spend on a Friday night or Sunday morning to look at my next week
Mm.
and to look at what are the 3 to 5 goals I want to achieve. And some of them could be longer. So I like to put it on a paper on a wall for my health, for the 5
Mm.
areas for myself, for my
Yeah.
business.
Right.
Those when the planning time is happening, you can worry, no problem. You worry, worry,
Mm.
worry as much you want to worry. Make everyone worry in that planning time. You keep worrying how much, but when that worry is gone, you know I have make a plan for the next week, for the 2 weeks or 3 weeks, not too long.
Right.
Then you just take actions and let the world manifest, because you need to
Wow.
park that planning for a small space. You can't planning all the time. That means you're not in action. So if I'm Federer, I'm not planning my next move. I am just playing the game. The, the game is happening automatically. The planning happened before he watched the reel. He saw how Nadal is moving. How is he going? How is he going? How is he going to make an action? You need to have that planning time. But when you're in the game, you're in the game.
Right.
So I planned a
Wow.
lot. I scripted what I need to do for today. I need to speak. I need to connect with you. Planning
Yeah.
done. Right now, we are in the game. So planning is out. Thinking is out. Now we are in the game, and let's go back and enjoy the giant journey. Otherwise there's no joy.
Wow.
You will be in planning all the time.
My goodness.
Wow, Manish, that was excellent. I think we had an amazing session with you today, and it was delightful to have you and talk about so many insightful things,
Hmm.
which we realize very much on our own also, like social media killing our time and confidence coming from within, planning better but not worrying. But these are things that you know, but you don't put it into action. But when how Manish puts it
Yeah.
with examples around and
Yeah.
giving it a perspective, that brings so much sense to these things. And I'm sure our audience must have benefited from your insights, Manish. Thank you so much for joining in and
Thank you.
Yes.
having this wonderful session with
Thank
us.
you for having me and for being great moderators and panelists. And thanks everyone for having me here. Do connect me on LinkedIn. My name is Manish
Definitely.
Reneja. Please do connect. And if you have any questions, and if you think, you know what, life is getting difficult, we have a chat. Yeah. So you can connect me. I'll add you on LinkedIn. Okay.
Definitely. That'd be so awesome. Thank you so much, Manish.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Narayan.
Manish.
Really great. Really great. Okay. Ciao.
Yeah.
That was an amazing session, Narayan would say.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I was like, mine is just blown completely. Yeah. Like, still need to like recover from the questions and the answers. I'll probably have a
Yeah.
personal chat with him at some time.
Yeah, and I think one of those amazing questions one of our audience put is 5 moves, and he said,
Right.
on a Friday evening you need to put
Yep.
it the short term and the long term, and
Right.
some
Right.
bracket of worrying. I think that was amazing. I think we should all start doing that at ASAP.
I don't know about the audience, but I'm kind of like a bit blown from it, so I still need to recover from that.
Yes.
So yeah, that's true. So
So
over to
thank
you,
you,
Badran.
Narayan. Over to you,
Thank
Badran.
you.
Bye.
Yes. Before you all go, like Narayan, you were just saying, you're also quite blown away from it, and
Yeah,
frankly, I'm quite still trying to process all the
yeah,
information
definitely,
Mm,
mate. Definitely.
definitely.
I'm trying to process the entire thing. Yes.
just now, and I think we're not going to be able to process them all in the moment, but let them soak, and this takes some time, right?
I hope
Definitely.
everyone has taken notes, and so we will be able to go back
Yep. A lot
and
of
then
notes here.
reprocess the entire thing. Yes. Over to you, Bhadran. All the very best for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Thank you, everyone.
Moderate this previous session, as it would not be possible without your eloquent questions. And personally, it was less of an formal session and more of a conversation. And I think
Yeah.
that
Yes.
sort of informal feeling was because of you both. So thank you also for that.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Now, moving on, I also personally liked how Mr. Aneja suggested for us youth to build our capacity rather than just focus our actions, which I felt was quite an interesting point because I feel like coming from a youth perspective, a lot of the things that we do are very task oriented. It's kind of like our brain works in a way, it's like a to-do list. First, I have to do this, 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 go to school, come home, play video games, whatnot. And frankly, just taking a step back and working on our own capacity can sometimes do wonders. And so that's just some food for thought. So, with that, I would once again like to thank our esteemed speaker, Mr. Aneja, for joining us today and sharing his wonderful insights. And also like to thank our moderators for their heartfelt participation today as well. That was a genuinely riveting session. Now, moving on to our next session titled Resilience in the New World. This will be conducted by the wonderful and multi-talented Mr. Arneja himself. Sorry, Mr. Will Anstey himself. And now here's a brief introduction of Mr. Anstey, who is the CEO of a company called Totally Awesome. Well, Totally Awesome is the fastest growing kids and family digital media engagement company in the Asia Pacific region. Will and the company both aim to make the internet a safer place for children and empower brands to safely engage and reach them. So, with this said, is there any real doubt that the next session will be an exciting and engaging one for us? I think not. So, before we begin, I would like to remind all of us here to keep our questions coming through the chat box in the YouTube Live and Facebook, and we will take them towards the end of the session. So, without further ado, Over to you, Mr. Anstey.
Thanks, everybody. That was a great introduction. Appreciated. Let me just get my my screen sharing. Now, this, after that fabulous presentation, which I really loved from Manish and the team, this is a little bit more formal. But what I think we can do quite well is let's just get ourselves into a bit of a rhythm. I want to share this, and we can ask questions as we go. Now, let me just make sure we've got everything. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fantastic. Now, first thoughts, and remember the Heartfulness organization has made sure that everything I say has nothing to do with them. I just want to make sure everyone agrees this is just my thoughts and my experiences to date that I wanted to share with you. So let me just get myself organized and let's go. So yes, my name is Will Anstey, and I want to basically tell you a story of hope today. Now, when asked to do this presentation, I really wanted to question what was or what is resilience in the new world, and what does it mean to all of us, given the fact that we come from such an incredibly diverse cultural region, but also too, like even globally. So, it's different to people in India versus the Philippines versus South America. But the fact is, resilience does mean different things to different people. And that culture does differ and age differs, but even the way the word's used. And there's actually, even just listening to Manish and the team before, I actually think I've got some good builds and some tools to help you guys of how you do start to really bed this into your lives on a day-to-day practice. So, excuse me, in recent years, as I start to look at what is resilience, and you've seen the world go crazy in lots of different ways, everyone talks about it really being, I guess, an attitude or a physical fortitude of communities, even nations. As we see earthquakes, we see typhoons. The last typhoon we saw in the Philippines only 7 days ago. Super typhoon, but basically, wiped out thousands of homes on the island, 300,000 people very much displaced, but 20 killed. It's not a good story. But the fact is, in the Philippines, this happens every year. And that's why I do think that when I think about the Philippines, they really are probably the nation of the most resilient people in of all of Asia, APAC. But then I also think back to, with coronavirus, of course, it's on everyone's lips, not just the American election, thank goodness. But, in India, we've got 8 million cases of coronavirus. Now, what's interesting, I think, yes, there's been, over 100,000 deaths, but the fact is there's actually been a lot of people recovering. So what you see is, well, what I find is the whole world focuses on all the fear and all the dark stuff and not actually all the positive. So as we start to think about our resilience, we often probably are taking on a lot of issues that probably aren't necessarily as real as what they really are. So what I did, I was in preparation for this presentation, I looked at what do the American Psychological Association define as resilience. And the way they say it is a process of adapting in the face of adversity or bouncing back. But when you then overlay that with, say, the Stockholm Resilience Center, which I think probably is more credible in this space, it's actually about the fact that it's identifying, I guess, resilience as a capacity of a system to continually change and adapt. And that makes a lot of sense to me in this day and age, if you think about just the way the world is and how fast the world is moving. Now, we'll need to change and adapt to new conditions every day. I think this really is the new normal. It's the new normal for all of us as we go into the future. Now, some may say it's survival of the fittest, but I say, and really in the theme of Lady Gaga, baby, you were born this way. Because I think we need to find keys to our transformation in these times of extremes. Now, moving on from there, and I want to sort of change tact a little bit, but still keep things interesting. this is actually my favorite galaxy, or my favorite star cluster. I'm not sure whether any of you know this. This is actually the Seven Sisters. But basically, there is 1 billion trillion stars in our observable universe. And while the number is massive, imagine the billions and realms of planets that are hidden from view. Now, this Seven Sisters, or the Pleiades, literally it's special to me because when I was young, my mum and I would sit outside in a cloudless night with my telescope and literally map the heavens. Now, she told me that this star cluster was the center of our universe. And that to me was always a magical thought. It was like, okay, there is a center, there's something much bigger and much greater than us. So, as I then went down my path, which I'm going to talk to you about in a minute, I think that thought of magic to me was always something that gave me great comfort. And as I started to create my own world, my own universe, I think this has actually helped me on my path to resilience. Now, there's a quote I want to read to you from a lady I respect greatly. She's an American author. Her name is Marianne Williamson. She wrote a book called Return to Love. In fact, she's written 1 million books. But there's this one quote that sits on my wall. My sister gave this, she actually had this quote calligraphied and framed and put on my wall. And it's something that I actually look at every day because it is something that helps me live in my power. And I think that we start talking about resilience and we have to start talking about how we live in our own power. So this quote is called Our Greatest Fear. And I just want to read it to you now. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You playing small does not serve the world. There's nothing enlightening about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It is not just in some of us, it's in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we consciously give other people permission to do the same. And as we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. I just love that quote so much because I think it, again, reminds us just how powerful we are as people. So, should you have any doubts about resilience? Probably not, but let's just fast forward to the way the world is now. Now, it's pretty exhausting, in fairness. Some of the data points that get thrown at us. Our world population is 7, nearly 8 billion people these days. We have over 117 million births each year, 200,000 a day. It's just incredible numbers. We have successfully removed 4.3 million hectares of forest this last year. We've released 8.1 million tons of chemicals into the environment. It goes on and on. We've got people that are still starving, over 850 million people, but yet we've also got 1.7 billion that are overweight. These are amazing numbers that as you guys all come into the world, we all have to address. And on top of those statistics, we've seen unprecedented year in all respects. Now, people are still fighting for diversity, inclusion, their own safety, their right to love who they want to love. We still have issues around equal opportunity between men and women. We still don't have wage parity. Crazy. We've had, the terrible scenes of Black Lives Matter, people simply fighting for basic human rights in this last year that's been going on and on and on. And then, of course, we were overlaid and overthrown with more of just the coronavirus. 46 million people or so to date basically infected it. And yes, we've had over 1 million deaths, but as I said, no one talks about those that are recovered. Over 33 million people have recovered. And then we've also got this lovely thing called a doomsday clock. I'm not sure whether any of you have actually seen this, but it's actually pretty distressing. But on January 23rd in 2020, they literally said we had 100 seconds to midnight, which is by rights when we're done. Now, I don't know why the media and the world constantly remind us or play to our fears as opposed to helping us or telling us to play to our power. But I always have an optimistic thought. And I think that the coronavirus, no matter how tragic it's been, of course, for many, many people, the fact that it's sent a lot of us indoors has probably given many more minutes to this clock than we've even thought possible. And I love the fact that people in the northern state of Punjab saw the Himalayas for the first time in over 100 years. It's just incredible. All that, the fact that we started seeing the fish return to the canals of Venice. There's always a silver lining. And I like the fact that was brought out in that last conversation too. But even in the most dark time, there's always a silver lining. We just need to find it to give ourselves the resilience. So I did some analysis of, how important is resilience? Like, how topical is it in this day and age? So I turned to, of course, our fabulous Google friends with Google Trends and looked at the last 5 years of when people started discussing topics around resilience. So things like pandemic, mental health, intelligence, adaptation, stress, all these things that become triggers for your resilience. And you can start to see that globally, in this last year, we have had an incredible spike in people that are actually asking themselves about this question and how they then manage it. Now, I've just done some grabs for some markets around the world. So I've got it for everybody, but I just want to grab because it just becomes interesting. India, this is just the last 12 months. India actually was tracking pretty well up until sort of that sort of first quarter when, of course, it all started coming in on us. We saw the same thing in the Philippines. We see the same things in countries like Malaysia. But this is what I love about Singapore. So Singapore is the only graph that is completely different to anyone else in the region, where they had the spike where we literally were sent indoors for 3 months. But it looks like every Singaporean actually quite liked it. So, again, there's always a silver lining, but the fact is you have to find it. And then what I also see too is this almost like it's this mountain or overwhelming amount of information on it. Everyone's talking about it, but what really is it? What really is resilience? And how do we start to get to it? And I heard the guys talk about this in the last session, and I do believe this is the exact way in for all of you to start to think about how you can conquer this in this new world. Fuel your passion. So then how do we start to fuel our passion? And what are the tools available to us that get us there? Now, there are some really, really fabulous free online tools. And I want to showcase one to you now. And, I think, try and even take this down. But it's the VIA Institute on Character. And what they have is this thing called a Strength Finder, which is a free survey, but it is a great place for you to start to find your passion. Now, they talk about the fact that character strengths are the positive parts of your personality that impact how you think, feel, and behave. And scientists have identified 24 character strengths that literally enabled you to be successful. Now, by taking the survey, you'll actually discover your unique strengths, because the fact is everyone is unique, and that's what's the most important piece, but we all still have a really amazing place to play in this world. So by knowing and applying your highest character strengths is basically the way you can be your best self. Now, one of the statistics on the site, which I think is quite amazing, is they say that if you use 4 or more of your signature strengths, you basically report that your work can be a calling in your life. Now, that fascinates me because I think all of us think work tends to be a bit of a grind. But what it enables you to do is find work that actually you love doing and that's not really work. Now, I pulled up this because this is the site. So when you go to it, know you're actually in the right place. But again, it's like the survey itself takes about 15 to 20 minutes. But don't overthink it. Just like flow with it, and you'll find that what it delivers you, again, just taking down that address, is a result like this. Now, this is actually my result. So again, showing you exactly who I am in the spirit of transparency. I'm not really sure what I really do think about this, but I guess as I do contemplate, it's pretty right. Now, it talks to the fact that humor is probably my highest signature strength. And what I find I do with humor is that I try and diffuse stressful situations, or I try and sort of to make light of other opportunities. And that is just my way of trying to sort of freshen up or make people feel as though they're included, but definitely feel as though they're part of my journey as I work with them. Now, there's a lot of other character attributes there, but I guess I want to sort of go into more around sort of who I am and talk to that piece, because there's both positive and there's also both challenges for me from that particular survey. Now, the good side is I do get really excitable. I can be very spontaneous, curious, optimistic. I was talking to a friend today about it. I'm always the glass is half full. I'm future focused, but I love adventure. I've been living in Asia for 15 years. I just love what our region is and how it is and how it's growing, and it's amazing in all of its diversity. But then on the darker side, I can get into conflict when I become scattered or distracted or restless. I can become irresponsible, more demanding. And these are the character attributes, both positive and negative, that basically have very much led my career choices. Some good, some not so good. But the fact is, in the recent years, it's actually really made me find my own resilience. And I want to sort of tell you what that story is. So I'd been with the Initiative Media Brands business for the last 7 years. Just loved it. Loved the people, loved the culture, loved being with just the vision of how it all worked. Now, I employed nearly every talent into the initiative business when I took that on. And that was really from, call it from China to India to, down to Australia. I had literally drunk the Kool-Aid. I thought I was the business. I thought they needed me. And I thought I was going to be there forever. Along comes COVID. And literally within a month of thinking that I was this amazing person with this business, they let me go. April 27th was the date, 52 years of age. My first reaction is, God, who wants a 52-year-old? This is just getting crazy. So in absolute shock, as my first reaction, as that settled with me, I think my second reaction was getting angry, which tends to sort of be very sort of common. But then my third reaction was to actually have an immense calm. And I knew deep in my heart that there was something new that I had to try my hand at. And that, maybe this was a blessing in disguise. And so I could actually take two different approaches for this mentally with my own resilience. I could have remained in that negative state around it all and I guess really be the victim. Or I could actually start to realize that there was actually something far, far greater waiting for me. Now, what I did to get to that was actually I turned to meditation. And that's where I came across the Heartfulness group. And that has been an incredible, help for me. But the fact is, it did challenge everyone in my house, in all honesty, because my house aren't meditators. So my wife was basically saying to me, are you meditating again? Shouldn't you be looking for a job? And I was just constantly getting into meditation, and I could see her thinking, he's just lost the plot. He's completely become nonsensical in all ways. And, how's she going to sort of pick up the family pieces? But the fact is, meditation to me helped me connect in with my true passion. And that was important. But the fact is, it may not be meditation. It could be it could be exercise. There are multiple ways into finding that sort of connection with yourself. But the fact is, meditation was my way in. So I guess what I wanted to do is sort of really work out then, as I was going on that journey, what was my value proposition. And I'd been out of the workforce, as you know, I hadn't been interviewing for something like 7 years. And a good friend had said to me, look, it's a numbers game. You've got to get out there, you've got to interview everywhere. You can't take it personally. You just have to go to every interview possible. Now, the first interview I did was a disaster. I let the nerves get the best of me, and I wasn't living in my power. I wasn't actually living in my purpose. But the fact is, after practice and after a lot of experiences, I actually started nailing them. I had a lot more confidence. And what I did find then, after literally 2 months, I was gainfully employed. And now, as the introduction was, I now work for a business called Totally Awesome, which I'm just loving because it's so purpose-driven. But the fact is, there was that period of time that I had to find the right tools. And it's these tools that I want to share with you. And I just have 3 tools that I'm hoping will actually help you find your own resilience in this world. And the first tool I want to talk to is what I call action your passion. Now, passion and all of its expressions, and you think about excitement, happiness, joy, creativity, love, they're all different ways of expressing your true self, your natural self. Now, I like to call this your signature frequency, because I'm also a believer that we're all energy, and it's just our frequency we've got out unique for ourselves. But your frequency is that resonant energy, that vibration that is very special to you, that identifies you. And if you can't see it, I really recommend you ask your friends or your mum, your dad, because they see it. They know exactly what makes you special and why they love you so much as a person. But the way you apply that signature frequency through your passion is to act on your highest excitement. And I know that sounds like it's very sort of shallow, really, but the fact is, you've got to remain engaged and excited about everything in life. And to the best of your ability, have no insistence or assumption what the outcome ought to be. Literally live in the moment and allow the synchronicity in your life to present itself or present to you the opportunities that the excitement that you can recognize it. And I found that when you're younger, it's much easier. But as you get older and you sort of tend to be a little bit beaten more by the world, you tend to lose that. But you've got to get back into that excitement and feel it in your heart. Because excitement, I find, is the compass needle that points to your magnetic north. And by acting on it to the best of your ability, you will discover that excitement can actually function basically as your driving engine in your life. And as I also think is an organizing principle. So as the path of least resistance to your happiness, to the opportunity to basically living in your power, it is through that excitement. And simply by following that formula of acting on it in every moment to the best of your ability, to the highest of your chances, you will automatically and effortlessly empower yourself and turbo your confidence for your own success. And as you allow yourself to move forward in that way, your life will become one whole level of synchronicity. And I gotta say, magical things happen. And people always say that magic's not real. But I talk about magic in terms that I think life actually does really conspire to make us great. Often we get in our own way. So I do find, and I found myself, that excitement and having that in my heart in my everyday was something that actually did lead me to a very positive place. Now, the second tool is you've got to change your definitions. And I think we have so many definitions that aren't right for us in this day and age that we have to really think about it. So where I come from is that I don't believe any situation has built-in meaning. Everything fundamentally is neutral. You're the one that's designed to give life meaning. You give life meaning. Life doesn't give you meaning. Now, if you give a situation a positive meaning, you will actually get a beneficial positive effect. If you give a situation a negative definition, ironically, that's exactly what you'll get. And that could be struggle, It could be strife, difficulty, obstacles, but the fact is none of us want those in our life. You'll only see it that way because you're defining it that way. So change your definition and you'll experience things in very different ways. And that is basically what you put in is what you get out. And from that, then we have to create new definitions. So basically, what are definitions that work for you? What you look at as an idea of what you call great darkness, for example. How do you define your relationship with that idea of just darkness or negativity? How do you define it in a way that basically serves you in a positive way as opposed to a negative way? Now, I want to give you an example because I think this is actually it's a simple one, but it's a fabulous one. It's the rubber band analogy. I'm not sure whether you've actually seen this, but basically the thought behind this is that the darker you've experienced the darkness, when you finally let go, that much farther and that much faster you'll fly into the light. So you can see that there's a lovely positive spin on this, that if you start to inherently believe that, you will start to see that the idea or that negative experience is actually turned to a positive for you. Or you know that it's only going to be fleeting and it's not forever, and therefore you can get through it, and you can empower yourself so that you can actually start to then be in your positive way. That then leads me to basically abundance and how we think about abundance, because there are so many ways that we do. And I put this picture here of Freedom Tower because it's something that I think we all get caught up in that I don't think's right. But abundance, to my mind, is the ability to do what you need to do it when you need to do it. No matter in what form the abundance comes, the abundance will give you the ability to do what you need when you need it. Now, consider these statements, because I think that this is where it becomes quite clear. I lack trust. I lack abundance. I lack confidence. Now, there is no such thing as a lack of trust, a lack of abundance, or a lack of confidence. There is, however, 100% trust in lack. Now, just think about that for a moment. You're empowering that word, and yet you don't need to, because the fact is you are always abundant. You're always trusting. You're always confident about something. It's about learning to be abundant in what you prefer to be, learning to be confident about what you prefer to be, or learning to trust is therefore the real challenge. And it is that to apply your definitions that I think is important. Now, my third tool is the law of attraction. And again, I think we have an interesting perspective about this, but I'd like to sort of just challenge you on it. You, by your very nature, generate the perfect frequency to attract everything that is truly necessary in your life. Many of you, because you've been taught to define things, have a picture in your head that you're attracting something from somewhere else to here or to where you are. But everything actually exists right here now. It's not really coming from anywhere else or going to anywhere else. So the way this law of attraction and manifestation actually works is to recognize that by your very nature, you're already doing everything to attract what you need and have complete faith in that. So the law of attraction is really not about learning to attract something. The law of attraction, from my perspective, is about letting go and letting in. I just want to repeat that. So the law of attraction is about letting go and letting in. It's about being yourself and living in the moment, being true to your vibration, and then allowing the things that are representative of that vibration to manifest themselves in your life physically. And it goes back to one simple principle in life, and that is, again, be true to yourself and act on your passions. So that's my story. And they're the three tools that I have used to really build my resilience in this new world. And I hope these are tools that you can then build in your story that will help you in your resilience and ensure that not only can you be resilient in the new world, but also to just be the success you were born to be. So from a summary side, again, just think about this. Be excited about every moment of your life and be true to yourself and always know it always will work out for the best for you. Your definitions define you. Change them to play to the positive than the negative. And remember, attraction is about letting go and letting in. Now, there's one little video I want to show you. And it's a video, actually, interestingly, from my company, very proudly so. But for me, it's inspirational, and it's a resilience campaign, and it's targeted at basically the future you. And they talk to the fact that in Australia, but I think it's actually across the region, there is a real challenge for women and girls being underrepresented in really important areas such as science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now, the fact is, these are the fields of the future that are going to build resilience for the new world. So there's a gorgeous little video I just want to play to you, and hopefully it gives you a little bit of a pep up before we'll go to some Q&A. Sorry. And that is it, guys, for questions. Anything else you'd like to say? So.
Hi, Mr. Will.
Hello, hello.
Can I say I really loved the way you structured your presentation into the three tools, and I found it like quite a good way how it segued from the previous presenters to this presentation. Our audience also really appreciates that.
But that was complete accident, by the way, but I loved it as well. I thought exactly what I said, Manesh. I thought I've got some tools for everyone.
We're connecting on a different level here, right?
Right, absolutely.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions rolling in from the YouTube Live and Facebook. So
Sure.
I think we'll get right into it, right?
Please.
So first, this question is quite pertinent to our current situation, COVID-19, of course. So how do we sustain our passions given the current climate? Because everything is so uncertain. So despite that, how do we continue to sustain the current passion that we have?
Right. Well, look, I think it depends where you want to look. And I find the world keeps on making us focus on where the darkness is. But what I've seen in COVID in my industry is the most exciting renaissance that would not have happened if COVID wasn't there. So think about the education system. We have a system that's 300 years old plus, and it's designed to be in classrooms that when we're all forced to go inside, basically they try to simply just put it online, and it failed. We found kids weren't engaging. They were struggling with literally understanding or communicating that the socialization that school is so important at school was gone. So what's happened is that there's now has sprung up like many businesses that are now looking at how education has to change and how you start to then, in a normal curriculum, but fuel it with entertainment so that it becomes a lot more interesting and engaging, so that as we are in these virtual, unreal environments, we are still actually learning. So that's one example. There's actually hundreds of them. So you've just got to change where you're focusing and open your mind to the fact that there's actually incredible opportunity, and there's actually businesses that are now being created that are going to change our world for the future that would not have happened if it wasn't for COVID. And I understand that sounds ridiculously positive. And as I said to you in my profile, my strength finder, I am always positive that I'm seeing incredible green shoots across our region and across the world through really smart people that are very exciting.
Okay, thanks for the answer. I think that although that is a very positive outlook, the thing that the world needs right now is more positivity. And I'm happy that through this webinar or whatnot, we are finding ways to inject positivity into that world, one webinar at a time.
Well, exactly. Yeah. But look, I think too, a lot of people have been very much personally affected by COVID, and it is tragic. So I think, we can't underestimate that what it has done on the dark side as well. But I think we have to balance that up by saying actually what it's also now creating for our future.
And that's very true. I agree as well. Now, here's another question from our Facebook. How do we overcome the fear of wanting to express our true selves?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question. And I think you have to find environments that are forgiving or are open to whatever that true self is. And I know that, from our last business, and businesses get much better at this, the whole direction around inclusion and diversity, and the fact that people actually feel as though they do belong, is something that is changing faster and faster, thank goodness, than even when I was a young boy. So I think the world is now a lot more open to a lot more things and pieces, and less judging. And even what I see with my kids and with their friends, it is a different generation that is absolutely intelligent and forgiving and open to all possibilities. But I guess it really depends on your environment, and that's tough. If you're in an environment that does not allow that, then you have to find support groups that actually do allow it. And that's where you can get your strength. And that's where you can actually start to be in your power.
So would it be all right if I summarize it such that it really depends on your environment, but even within your environment, you can still find these small bubbles of positivity that we can tap into, which will
I think
enable our
so.
true selves.
Yeah, I think it's even more than positivity. It's actually acceptance. It's actually love. You know, it's all these really important attributes that I think that all make us grow strong, and then enable us to find our power.
Okay, thank you for that insight. I think we'll move on to the next question because I think it's particularly leading onto this question.
Sure.
So this is another Facebook question. And so what is one key to remain positive despite all the shortcomings that we experience?
One key to remain positive. Well, you know, for me, that's why I use my meditation. So every morning I have a certain time I meditate for half an hour. I then have 15 minutes where I give gratitude, and it's when the sun's rising. So I find that centers me for my day ahead. And no matter what's sort of thrown at me, I know that there's something far greater than just myself that is actually making the world the most amazing place. So again, that's what I do though. And I found that meditation centers me very, very strongly. But I've also got a very good friend who will run. And, you know, again, from a routine perspective, get out there in the morning, you know, when the sun's rising again, and just literally physically get into the zone. Now, again, everyone is different. But, you know, I think even, you know, get with some friends and laugh. You know, the whole thought of laughing isn't done enough. You know, that's why I really sort of want to play on excitement so much, and how I believe that excitement, when it's in your heart, the world just opens up. But again, it's unique to everybody. And as I said, like, everyone has their own signature frequency, and, you know, you're attracted to people with a similar frequency as yourself. So, you know, the world's your oyster when you actually do connect with the right people at the right time, and then have your routines like I have mine in my morning.
Yes, that's very true. And like currently, I think one thing that youth such as myself might need is direction. And for yourself, that one way that you center yourself is through meditation. So building on that, I was wondering if you have any tips as to how the youth of today can find something that truly centers themselves.
Yeah. I probably don't, actually. I would actually be reluctant to give anyone or any youth, I guess, that tip that would be very much from sort of my tip. I would say that it's probably not a good game, and it wouldn't be Fortnite in terms of centering yourself, although I know that's a lot of fun. Look, it's balance, really. I think it's balance. I think that's the way into it. But again, it's so personal. So yeah, I'd be reluctant to answer that with any conviction or any intelligence that would help anyone watching this particular interview.
Okay. Well, thanks for the honesty.
No, good.
Okay, so with that, moving on to our next question. It's a bit more of on a formal tone. So how do we act as a leader without being authoritarian, but still getting the work done?
Look, it's actually a great question. I think leadership is about leading by example, and I think that is literally helping your teams, literally rolling your sleeves up, supporting them, you know, giving, you know, leading to give them the bandwidth to do what they do best, enabling the teams to, like, structuring teams so that, again, everyone brings a unique skill. It's not just about sort of the one type of skill you have. So as a real leader, by infusing a team with that, by infusing a culture that, again, is all around, again, inclusion, support, acceptance, not authority. I think that's when you start to develop a really strong leader. But remember too, it takes years. Being a great leader takes many opportunities where you make mistakes, you fail. It's okay. I think we've all done that, and that's what makes us better. So that I guess that your colleagues of the future get a fantastic boss. But I guess if I think back sort of me 20 years ago, maybe a few of my colleagues were a bit challenged by my leadership. But I think the world needs leaders now. And I think, we're seeing even in our political environment, I'm not going to go politics, but we don't really have many leaders that we can respect that really do show us those values that make leadership so incredibly powerful and positive, as opposed to leadership that is not. But yeah, it's a great question.
Thank you for that insight. I think it builds on to the point that you were also mentioning previously about a leader shouldn't base their leadership on authority, but rather on trust and love and acceptance, right?
Yeah. And trust is interesting because it's one of they say it's probably the most important aspect for any successful business. So unless a leader can actually infuse trust, and everyone does feel that, you don't have a good leader.
Okay, thank you for that. And now we're going to be moving on to our next question, which I think is kept purposefully vague because it can be applied in a whole plethora of context. And I'm quite interested in what you have to hear, what you have to offer about it. So here's the question. The audience is asking if you can give us some tips on how to let go, because it is definitely not easy. So I was wondering if you have any insights on that.
Well, I guess it depends on what letting go is. Is it letting go of bad habits? What the last we were talking about, in terms of, your body's the temple, all that sort of piece. Is it that, or is it letting go of even your definitions that I spoke to? And I think you have to start to think around what letting go means. And it may even not be letting go, interestingly. It actually may just simply be accepting and embracing. And sometimes when you actually accept and embrace parts of yourself that you think maybe aren't that great, interestingly, you no longer give them power. So letting go in my life has always been an example of, ironically, shining the light on those pieces that I didn't want to shine the light on. And as I have done, I've felt the weight leave, and it hasn't then been such an issue. But that's also been for myself. But it depends again what letting go is. If it's letting go of bad relationships, then that's something different again. There's obviously toxic relationships in your life that you don't need. But sometimes you just can't help it. You've got an attraction to people that you just can't help. But that doesn't serve you any benefit either. So I think letting go, the way into it is, what is my highest good? What is going to serve me best? And what is going to serve others best around me? And then I think what you'll find is you won't be having to let go because you've taken the energy from it. And that then becomes something quite cathartic and powerful for you. So yeah, that's how I'd answer that question. And that feels right to me.
Okay, thank you for that very profound and deep insight, actually. As you're speaking, I found myself also reflecting and seeing it can apply to, in many ways, within my life as well. So while giving some time for our audience to ruminate about what you just said, I think we'll just move on to the next question in the meantime.
Sure.
So this question is from our YouTube Live, and it asks that the person has stated that they tend to fluctuate about a lot of things and lose themselves in, and they haven't specified exactly what they lose themselves in, but they're wondering now if you have any tips on how they can overcome them fluctuating and losing themselves.
Well, if it's losing yourself in Fortnite, I'm not sure whether that's going to help so much. To me, if you're fluctuating in and out of situations, you haven't found your passion. And I really just say, like, look at that strength finder on the VIA site, and that will start to give you more insights in terms of what really makes you excited, but also what's right for your heart. And then I think when you start to see those pieces, then say, okay, what is it that I want to do, maybe in my career or in a relationship, or again, a plethora of options, but then start to always play to those top four characters. And I think what you'll find then by default, you'll be so excited and interested by life, then you won't fluctuate. I think it just means right now you just haven't quite found your way yet, or things that actually just really excite you that need to. So but I honestly say to all the guys on this site today, yeah, do the strength finder. I found it really, really helpful, and just again to start to define where my strengths are.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think we'll be moving on to our last question for today because of our time.
Yes.
Saving one of the most interesting questions for last. So this question is also from our YouTube live, and it asks us, do we still have time to replenish our Mother Earth? And it asks if you can share some of your views on how this can be.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, so that awful doomsday clock that I just don't like at all. What we're seeing, and again, that's why that STEM, that science, technology, engineering, maths, I think is really important. The genius that is happening in the world today, and you think about cleaning up our oceans, and you think about all the plastic and the terrible pollution that we've pumped into them. There are businesses out there that are being funded with a lot of money that are developing their own IP and technology that is working out how to actually, through use of a chemical, actually start to dissolve these pieces through like healthy chemicals, not like a bad chemical, like some sort of plant-based. There's also machines they're developing that are sort of going to be cleaning the oceans up. I mean, what I love about the fortitude of being human, and I say human, is that as we've pushed our beautiful Mother Earth really to the brink, we now have to push ourselves to find the right solutions and the answers. And that then gives rise to, I think, our majesty as a race. And I think about the oceans, I think about even how we, clear chemicals, but there are, to me, we've never been in a more exciting place. And I have absolute confidence that given the smarts of all you guys on this call, but also just people at large in the world, we will definitely get Mother Earth back to where she needs to be in balance. But I think too, it's also more than just simply about the environment. I think we have to think about each other. As a human race, we need to come together. It's not just purely around our planet. I think we're one of the problems until we actually fix ourselves and start to understand, again, our own beauty, our own divine, our light. It's almost like the earth becomes a reflection of what we are. So I think that then goes back to meditation. It goes back to things like this seminar we're having over these 2 days. It really matters. All these things matter. Have you ever seen that Japanese scientist, Matsura Emoto, and he took pictures of water molecules that when you projected a thought onto them, it actually changed them. So when you projected love onto a water molecule, it actually ended up becoming the most beautiful shape. It actually did morph into the most beautiful shape. When you projected anger or hatred, it actually darkened it, deadened it. Now, his theory, which I think is fascinating, said, so our bodies are 70% water, in essence. So he said, in your conversations, and as you're communicating with people, project love. Don't project hate, because it does actually impact them on a very subtle cellular level. And like, you really should go and look at this stuff. It's absolutely fascinating. Now, you think about your day-to-day conversations. Are you doing that? So I think even reframe the way you go into a conversation and reframe the way you think about serving that conversation, so it can always be positive as opposed to negative. And that, again, change your definitions. That changes you. And then I think we have every chance of helping our wonderful Mother Earth. Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Will Anstey, for that insight. And it was very enjoyable also. So once again, thank you. It was truly a joy to learn from you, and I'm sure our audiences enjoyed it as much as I did here today.
Oh, you're most welcome. Thanks for having me, everyone. I loved being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Additionally, we'd also like to thank our audience for sending in those positively riveting questions. And for those whose questions couldn't be answered today, do not fret. You can communicate to them. You can communicate them to us via our social media pages or our official Youth 2.0 email address, and we'll respond to you there. So, Mr. Will, thank you once again. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thanks, guys. You take care. Have a great couple of days.
After that riveting session, we now have something exciting for you once again. So we know that all of you must be exhausted sitting on your chairs all day so far. And as what Mr. Arneja mentioned today morning, it's time to stretch and get moving. So we will now be having a guided yoga session. So find yourself some open space, and I'll just be talking about some of the quick benefits of yoga. So yoga is an ancient physical exercise stemming from over 5,000 years ago in ancient India. And I'm sure that all of us here are no stranger to its mental and physical benefits. So now, before we begin, we would like to present a video titled Beginners, Body Wellness Yoga, conducted by the wonderful Miss Tiara from right here in Singapore.
Hello everybody, Namaste. This is Tiara here from Singapore. So I'm actually also a Heartfulness yoga teacher, and I've been very new with Heartfulness since last year, but never really been happier, never been more grateful for the people I have met in India, and then now I have brothers and sisters from all over the world. But that's what's something so beautiful about Heartfulness. It keeps you connected, it keeps you grounded, and you can always find a place to go back. So just India, for us all to kind of reunite and just be happy and merry and just feel the love within each other. So for people who don't know much about Heartfulness, same like me, like a newbie, basically it's just something that it goes beyond my expectation. A lot of times I always tell people on a very happy note, and I just tell them so much amazing things that Heartfulness has done for me. So it's all for me to talk, right? Sometimes it's for you to experience yourself. But, like what I tell my new friends or my sisters and brothers, that, I always will feel that bond. I'll always feel that connection. And it'll be something that I could never kind of, let go in my life or ever put a past to it, because it's something that's always inbuilt towards your heart. So just a little bit about me before we start chatting a little bit further. So I have been doing yoga for about 10 years. So I'm Chinese Singaporean, I'm born here. But something that always loved and struck me was for traveling. So I always like to travel different parts, travel all, but I feel that's one thing that you get to know the most about, like culture and people. So that's something that I do like. I do like baking as well. I like meeting new people. I like hearing about stories, exchanging stories, just like what I say, kind of feeling the love and warmth and everything of it. So that's a little bit about me. So as I mentioned earlier on, I've been a teacher since early of last year. So still coming about a year right now. So the topic that we're actually going to talk about today, body wellness, is something that actually I teach in the workshops that I run here only in Singapore, which I'm also trying to run it obviously worldwide once COVID is over. But basically, why did I even choose that sort of topic, or why do you think I emphasize so much about body positivity, body image? It's because I felt throughout all the workshops I ever did and throughout all the people I interacted with, we are actually the biggest judge of who we are in this world. So how we look like, how we feel, what we do. And that's why it kind of boils down, and it troubles me that why do we even as humans be such a judge of character even before knowing the other person, for example. So a very quick example that I give, and usually I run this in the start of my workshop so that people also kind of mingle and get to know each other. But yeah, it's basically to just tell people what they like and don't like about themselves. So one person will write a whole list, and the other one will just basically write whatever they like based on what they see on this first few minutes. And the person who wrote the likes and don't like, they don't get to speak at all. So mostly let's say for a person who say all the good things about it, I get to read off and say like, I like your smile, I like your vibe, I like blah, 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 blah. But it's like same as well, like I mentioned from across, it's like, why don't we see it ourselves? Why do we need a complete stranger that we don't know to tell us all these kind of things? So that's why I kind of get people thinking in that mindset too. And also like what I say, when you hear all these things, and then when you have to write it for another person, sometimes that's why you ask yourself like, why did I not see this? Why do I need a stranger telling me this? Or why could I see all the lists that you made so long about your bad? Why can't you just convert it to the good? So this is just like a very brief exercise that I did, and I'm also explaining it out. But like what I said, the effect that I got from each session was just amazing, because like what I said, even I myself run it with some new students who just try it and everything, and even I am still shocked of what a person can say about me. And when I look at a list about the things that I hate or I don't like about myself, I'm like, why do I even think? So that's why, to sum it all up, I'm just trying to tell everybody out there that self-love is so important. And obviously, nobody can love yourself more than obviously yourself. And that's why we got to keep fighting hard and strong for ourselves. And definitely the people also around you plays a lot of influence, you know, like I said, giving you positive vibes, giving more reasons to love yourself. And even see this shirt, it's called Love. But I felt it was really appropriate for this video as well. But that's what I mean, like we got to keep standing together, fighting, having that strong mentality, like you are good enough, or every day you're going to do something amazing. So you got to keep changing that kind of mindset, and that's how I feel you can scale in a sense to a better kind of life, better positivity, and same everything you do in little bits, like, you know, flaws that you don't like about yourself, things that we look, the color that you are, it doesn't matter. Like what I said, all in all, we are just here. We want to make an impact and just do good by ourselves. So that's the advice I have for you. So now we're just going to start on a quick and gentle flow. Okay, but before we start, I'll just like everyone to center themselves first. So sit in a comfortable cross-legged position. Your shoulders and your chest, make sure it's upright. Make sure you're not rounding or slouching down so they can catch as much air as you can. Shoulders pressed down. Your hands you can either put at the side or in the front. It's up to you. Slowly tuck your chin. Look on the floor. Very gently close your eyes. So just try to slowly bring your attention inwards. Slowly try to find your center. And just focus on your breath for the next few minutes. So as you inhale and out, try to see if you can go as deep as you can. And when you release, just try to push everything out. Okay, try to see if you can go deeper than when you did before. Just don't be forceful. Try not to rush. Just go with the natural breathing rhythm. So just breathe here, relax, be calm, and enjoy. So you can slowly put a smile on your face. Slowly just enjoy the stillness. And just hold here for at least another 3 more breaths. Okay, slowly bring your hands to your heart center. Bow down, chin to chest. Namaste. Welcome to class. Slowly raise up. Drop your hands on your knees and very gently blink your eyes open. Okay, so we'll quickly move on to the first breathing exercise. So your hands and legs, you can just keep it here. So we're going to do the breathing exercise called 6-4-6. So what it means is you're going to inhale for 6 counts, you're going to hold for 4, and then you're going to release it for 6. Okay? So with this, don't worry, I'll do the counting. I just want you to keep your eyes closed so that you focus your attention inwards. But make sure to check your back and neck. Make sure you're not rounding and slouching, okay? So make sure that your posture is always upright. Okay, so same, hands and legs here, chin down, slowly look at the ground, and very gently close your eyes. So inhale here for the first round. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hold. For 1, 2, 3, 4, and release. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, second one in. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hold. For 1, 2, 3, 4, and release. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, third one, so you can go a little bit deeper. In. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hold. For 1, 2, 3, 4, and release. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, fourth one in. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and hold. For 1, 2, 3, 4, and release. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, last 2 sets. We'll try to hold it and go a bit longer. Inhale up. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and hold. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and release. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, try to empty everything out. Swallow some saliva if you need. And last one up. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and hold. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and release. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, so still keep your eyes closed. Try to go back to normal breathing. And same, just observe your breath and try to notice if you feel any differences from the taking in of new air to the holding. And then, of course, then you finally push out with all the old air out. So just try to observe different parts of your body. Try to see if you feel any differences. And same, just relax here. Breathe. Go deeper if you can. And let's just stay here for at least another 4 more breaths. Very gently, slowly blink your eyes open. Okay, so now we'll move on to the warm-up and then / sitting asanas. Okay, so your hands, you're going to put it in T first. Okay, so try not to go forward or back. Imagine like you're on one straight line. Then with here, we're going to twist. So you're going to grab your right onto your left, fold the other one, and then just look back at your left elbow. Okay, so remember for each posture, don't hold your breath. Let's try to hit at least 7 to 8 breaths if you can. Okay, keep looking at your shoulder and breathe for another 5 more breaths. back to center. Same, switch, twist, grab, and look back at your right. Okay, slowly back to center. So same, so reshift yourself here if you need. So go towards your left, and then with here you drop your hands or your elbow, go down, and then with your other hand just go all the way and just look up. Okay, slowly come back to center, other side. So remember with here also try to press your leg and your hip up, so try not to lift it up, ground as much as you can, and same, just look up. Okay, very good. Slowly come back to center. Release your hands. Put both of your soles of your feet together. If you're a bit more flexible, you pull it in. So we're going to go into butterfly. But with here, you want to keep your knees nice and grounded. Okay, so hands under first. Pull your neck and chest up. Look forward and reflect. Okay, so this is a great warm up for your hamstrings. So if you're a bit more confident, you can try to go faster and higher. Okay, let's hold it here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Same, pull yourself up and look back up. So this will open up your chest and it's a neck and back stretch. Same, don't hold your breath, smile here and just look up. Okay, slowly release. Same, hands here first. You're going to slowly walk forward if you can, as far as you can. And then just slowly, if you can, put all the way down. Or not, you can use a pillow or block, something to support your neck. And just go as far and down as you can. And just feel and enjoy the stretch. Okay, very good. Slowly push yourself up. Okay, come back to seated cross leg. Okay, so now we'll do some of the shoulders. Okay, so your shoulder, you're just going to put it in this way. And then we're going to rotate forward first and draw like a circle 1. And then we do it in a few motions and then after that we reverse back. Okay, let's try it together. Go 1, 2, 3, 4. Here the little cracks. 5. Draw bigger circle. 6. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Reverse. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Very good. Release. So now we're going to do some neck rolls. So you're going to tuck your chin in first. Look at the ground. And then you're just going to rotate one way, and then when we're done, back to center and rotate the other way. So take your time, try to go back as you can, draw as big as a circle, then down, round again, and down. Draw a few more, and down. Okay, slowly come back to center, other side. last few. Very good. Slowly tuck your chin in. Lift up. Okay, hands you're going to put in prayer. Okay, then you're going to slowly push it all the way up. Hands up and just look back. Okay, slowly drop back. Hands you interlace behind you. Okay, so you're gonna roll and pull up. In this way, I should be sideways. Okay, and then just pull all the way back up first. Look up. Okay, slowly drop all the way down, as low as you can, hands still up, and just look on the ground. Okay, slowly come back up. Hands also interlace. You're just going to put it on your neck. Slowly kind of curve your spine in. Drop, try to see if your both elbows can touch, and just kind of hang. So give your neck and back a little bit of a nice stretch and look on the ground. Okay, slowly release. Very nice. So now you come on your back. Okay, you're going to kick your legs towards you like a box. Okay, hug opposite elbows. You can put your nose towards your knee or just lean back and just kind of rock from side to side like in a box. Okay, so slowly release everything. Come down into Shavasana. So get into a very comfortable lying down position. Keep your eyes closed towards the end. Let's just listen to the sound of my voice as we go into the final stage. So very quickly, just try to observe your body. Try to see if you notice any differences. If you're having a hard time to focus, don't worry, just do your best. If you have thoughts running in of your mind, just kind of leave it outside. And just tell yourself you will not be bothered by the next few minutes. So only listen to the sound of my voice and to yourself, and just breathe and relax and go into the final stage. So just tell yourself that you deserve to be here. Tell yourself you only need to be present in this moment, and just thank yourself for being here. So you just quickly shift your attention towards your mind. If your mind is still up and running, if you feel like you have a lot of things to do, just shut it off for a minute. Just tell yourself that you give he or she permission to just close off and just to not think about anything, but to just be here with yourself. Okay, slowly move your attention to your heart. Try to imagine this like an open heart surgery, but kind of also ask yourself what's attracting you to your heart. Are you filling it with a lot of love, joy, happiness, and gratitude? Or what are things that you hold so dearly into your heart that you can never let go? So just try to keep the connection with your mind, your heart, and your breath. Try to make everything come to the center and alignment. And just put a nice smile on your face and say, just feel relaxed, happy, complete, and calm. So with this, you keep your legs together, hands over your head. Give your whole body a full and deep stretch. Okay, slowly come back up, seat at the front with your eyes still closed. Okay, so just imagine that your eyes are still glued shut. that you're fighting really hard to open but will not open. But just kind of enjoy the darkness, enjoy the stillness that you have within you. And same, just be in a very nice, still stage. Okay, so with that, you rub your palms together, covering your jaw, your cheeks, and your nose bridge. One last time, rub. Covering your eye, your forehead, and your third eye. Slowly drop your hands to your heart center. Bow down, chin to chest. Namaste. Thank you so much for your time. Hope you enjoy it. And I wish you a nice day ahead of you. Slowly raise up. Drop your hands on your knees. And very slowly come back to this room. Very slowly and gently open your eyes.
Thank you, Miss Tiara. It was indeed a refreshing and much needed session for all of us here today. Thank you for collaborating with us and taking time out from your busy schedule to present this wonderful and invigorating session for our audience. Well, I don't know about you, but my hamstring has never felt better, and I personally feel all limbered up. So now, before we go off on our break, we do have a couple of quick announcements for all of us here today. So here's just a quick reminder for those who haven't done it already. Participants will be presented with an e-certificate completion of our 2-day webinar. All you have to do is avail the certificate. To avail the certificate is fill up the form at this link shown on screen, or you can also choose to scan the QR code. So I repeat, all participants attending our 2-day Youth 2.0 ASEAN Plus webinar will be availed an online e-certificate. So to claim this certificate, please sign up at the link shown on screen right now, or use the QR code to access the Google Forms. And just another quick announcement before we disband for our break. If any of the audience members here today wish to provide constructive feedback or just general questions about Youth 2.0, what we stand for, or the program we have today, or wish to contact our speakers and ask them questions, please do not hesitate to contact our Youth 2.0 team on our official email at youth2.0@heartfulness.org. I repeat, if any of us have questions or just general feedback about the program today, please do not hesitate to reach out to the Youth 2.0 team via their email at youth2.0@heartfulness.org. Okay, cool. Now, with that said, I hope you guys are still with us, wide awake and still learning. Now, we will be taking a very quick 5-minute break for us to just get into the right mental state for the up and coming sessions that we're going to have. So grab a quick bite, some coffee, and we'll commence right after. So see you in 5.
All right, good afternoon and a warm welcome back, everyone, from wherever you are in the world. I'm Bhuma from the Little Red Dot, Singapore, and I'll be your host for the second half of the day. Before we continue, I'd really like to thank you all for staying with us this far, and I hope you're all excited for the upcoming roundup of enriching talks. So let's continue. Now, have you ever wondered how important it is to empathize with someone? Empathy is all about being able to put yourself in someone else's shoes and to feel what they're feeling in any given situation. It's a powerful tool that can transform even your most difficult conversations into amicable experiences, which in today's global state is much needed. Now, our next esteemed speaker, Miss Joy Ho, is going to share with us exactly that, as well as her experiences, wisdom, and understanding around the topics of building positive relationships and promoting peace at home, something we all require in times of working or studying at home. Now, a lovely lady deserves a lovely introduction. Miss Joy takes a special interest in the mental well being of individuals. Her work experience includes providing counseling for individuals who seek emotional and psychological support. She has worked in both clinical as well as non clinical settings, including schools, both voluntary welfare organizations, and the Institute of Mental Health. In addition, Miss Joy also currently conducts mental health related talks and workshops in schools, corporations, and community organizations. Now, before we begin, just a gentle reminder to keep your questions coming through our chat box. We love reading them and we will take them at the end of the session. Over to you, Miss Joy. Excited to hear what you have to share.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. And I'm so honored to be part of this very meaningful initiative organized by this team here. Wonderful. Thank you. Now, just now, our team here, our organizer here was sharing about empathy. Before I carry on, I want to ask you two questions. Who is the first person that you will run to when you feel disappointed, afraid, or discouraged? Okay. Who is this person that you will run to the moment you feel disappointed, or afraid, or discouraged, or sad? Okay. Second question, what is it about this person, this particular person, that makes you so comfortable to run to her or him when you feel discouraged or upset? What is it about him that makes you so at ease, so comfortable? The third question that I would like to ask you is, if somebody comes to you telling you that she's feeling scared, perhaps about the pandemic situation that's happening currently across the world, how would you respond to this person? All right, how would you respond to this person? Now, before I carry on, I would like our team here to help us with our mentee.com. We'll do a little poll, okay? A little poll, a little survey for us. Maybe our team here can help us with this little poll. Thank you. Okay, for those of us who are using a phone, you might actually want to go to open another tab. Go to mentee.com, menti.com. Okay, the code number is 1706527. 1706527. All right, and we'll look at your responses. Okay, now the question is, what feelings do you have when someone shares his or her problems with you? Perhaps some of us might be feeling a little bit stressed. Some of us might be feeling honored. Some might be feeling burdened or anxious. Okay, or some of us might be feeling helpless, not sure what to say, how to respond to this person. Okay, let's hear from us here. I see some responses coming. Keep the responses coming. Okay, mentee.com. For those who are not in yet, take some time. I will wait for you. Okay. Responses are coming in quickly. Or maybe we might feel sad when this person shares her problems with us. All right, we'll wait for a few more moments. Okay, at this moment, we have about 1/3 of us who feel honored when another person shares her problems with us. Okay, 17% of us feel happy. Okay, there's also about 12% who feel anxious, 10% feel worried. Okay, the responses are coming in. We'll wait for a few more moments. This is a snapshot of how we feel, our self-awareness. It's really important to have self-awareness before we attempt to help another person. All right? Okay. Okay, let's wait for a few more moments. Okay. Now, in this snapshot, very quick snapshot of how we feel, I think 1/3 of us, 29% feel honored. Okay, 16% happy, 13% worried, and some of us might feel sad and helpless as well. Thank you so much. Let's go back to our slides. Thank you for being so open with us during for this Mentimeter. Okay, let's go back to our slides now. All right. So exactly what is empathy? What is empathy? When I was younger, I'm still young, okay, but when I was young, maybe in my teens, in my early 20s, younger, many years ago, now I had a tendency to put on a very happy face, a very joyful face. I was not comfortable at all to share my innermost thoughts, my innermost feelings to other people because I was not sure of how other people will react to me. So among my friends, I was the person who was always joyful. I was the person who was a happy-go-lucky one because I was not comfortable to be authentic, to open up the part of myself to another person. Most importantly, I was afraid of being judged. I was afraid of being called a wimp. I was afraid that my issues, my problems will be seen as something so small, and yet I'm fretting over it. Now, so what is empathy? In my time in counseling, because I do a lot of work with youths, young people, like our friends here, young people and teens as well as children, I realized that a lot of young people are not comfortable to share their innermost thoughts and fears with the people around them because they're afraid of being judged by their friends or even by their family members. And that is really, really something sad, especially during this period of pandemic situation across the world. Many people, including the young people around us, are feeling anxious, are feeling worried, are feeling fearful. So how then can we actually be that source of support for another person who needs help? Okay. Empathy, the ability to put ourselves in the shoes of another person. Asking myself, hey, how does it feel to put my feet in her shoes? How does it feel to wear her high heel shoes? Maybe for 5 minutes, it's quite okay. But maybe if I'm going to wear this person's high heel shoes, 4-inch high, okay, high heel shoes for one whole day, how does it feel like? In this past few months, how has it been like for this person? What kind of experiences or challenges is he facing? This morning, what kind of struggles was he experiencing? Putting myself in this person's shoes. All right. Now, before we learn how to show empathy to another person, there are a few ways. Okay, that empathy does not look like. These few ways are some behaviors that we need to take note of. For instance, at this moment, this is going to be interactive. Okay, now I would like to encourage you, if you find that this behavior is something that you totally dislike, okay, you dislike, can you please put a D in a comment, whether you are on YouTube or Facebook Live? Just put a D, and if you really dislike it, put a D, 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 D. All right? Or maybe if this behavior is something that we are sometimes guilty of, can we please put a G? All right? Okay. Now, the first type of behavior that does not show empathy, something called mispositive. Have you ever encountered this kind of person that you want to just share how you're feeling inside? But however, this person tells you, oh yeah, look at the bright side of things. Things are not so bad. Things are okay. Things will be fine. Things will become totally well. Just look at the bright side of things. All right. Now, even though we need to be positive, but sometimes when we encounter such individuals, we are actually made to feel that, hey, my problems are not being acknowledged. I feel so small. Why am I not being able to be like her, being so positive? Sometimes when somebody is excessively positive, it becomes what we call toxic positivity for many of us. And we might actually shut off or close up to that person and not share anything again. All right. If you are actually very you dislike this kind of behavior, can you please put a D in the chat? All right. Okay, I saw some responses. All right. And if you are sometimes guilty of this kind of behavior, can you please put a G here? This is a place where we can be open and be self-aware as well. All right. Now, another kind of behavior that we need to take note of is Mr. Dodge. Have you encountered this kind of behaviors before? Perhaps you just want to talk about your day. Something happened at work or in school. You just want to talk about it to someone else. But the moment you share about something slightly negative, this person somehow is able to dodge. Okay, she or he tries to dodge. Okay, dodge, and says, "Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing. I'm so sorry. I have a call coming in. Okay, we'll catch up again. You take good care. Bye bye. Okay, I'll catch up with you again. Bye bye. Okay, I have a call coming in." All right, and you are left feeling like, "Hey, I shouldn't have said anything at all. I feel so silly having opened up to him or her, and yet I'm being shut down." And he just runs away. Mr. Dodge, something we need to be aware of. If you don't like this kind of behavior, can you please put a D? Okay? And if you totally dislike, you can put as many Ds as you want. Or if you are sometimes guilty of being Mr. Dodge, can we also put a G here to help us to be a bit more aware? All right? Now, thank you for responding. I saw some responses here. Wonderful. Thank you for being so open. The third type of behaviors that we need to be aware of. Okay. Miss worse than you. Miss worse than you. Have you ever encountered this kind of scenario before? Let's say you have a bad day in school, okay? Or you just had a quarrel with your parents at home, and you're feeling just frustrated, you're feeling very down and feeling very upset, and maybe very sad as well. And you call your friend and you just want to pour out how you're feeling inside. However, this friend of yours, okay, tells you in return what she experienced. She might say something like that, "Oh, I'm worse than you. At least, at least, and she tries to talk to you about her own problems, and you're left feeling, "Oh, is this a competition or what?" she's trying to make herself look worse than me, and she's telling me her own problems, and in the end it's about her and not about me. And in the end you might be wondering, hey, why are you talking so much? Can you please stop talking? I need to talk some more. Have you encountered this kind of person before? Okay, if you have encountered Miss Worse Than You, okay, the person who is always saying that I'm worse than you, at least you are better in this way, at least your parents are like this, at least you have this, at least that, and that makes you really frustrated. If you don't like this kind of behavior, can you please put a D? Okay? All right, so some responses coming. Thank you for being so open. And if you're sometimes guilty of such a behavior, being Miss Worse Than You, can you please also put a G as well? All right. Now, the fourth type of behavior that we need to be aware of, Mr. Advisor. Have you seen anyone around you, people around you, who somehow always have a solution for every problem in the whole wide world? Somehow, whatever you share with this person, he will have a solution for you. And sometimes, very frequently, that leaves you feeling upset because all you wanted was just to rant. Perhaps all you wanted was just to share very openly how you're feeling inside, your innermost thoughts, and you don't need any advice at all. You just need a space to be yourself. And this Mr. Advisor will tell you, have you done this? Why don't you try this? Have you spoken to this? Have you tried that? And it makes you really upset and you just want to switch off. All right? If you don't like this kind of behavior from Mr. Advisor, can you please put a D? Okay. All right. D. Okay, from some of us here. Sometimes we might be guilty of being Mr. Advisor. If you are guilty of that, can you please put a G as well? Okay. All right. Thank you for all the responses coming in. Really appreciate that. Now, having said that, having shared about these behaviors, we need also to understand that the other person who behaves like Miss Positive, who behaves like Mr. Advisor, Mr. Dodge, or Miss Worse Than You, they all come from a space of wanting to help. They all come from good intentions. However, sometimes good intentions do not necessarily translate into helpful behaviors that the other person will appreciate or feel supported by. All right. So what can we do then in order to show the empathy, the support to another person? All right. Now, okay, what do you see here? Okay, before I carry on, what do you see here? This is a number, or maybe somebody might say that it is something. It's not a number, or it is just a color. What do you see here? Okay, let's wait for some responses. All right. Okay, what do you see here? Okay, as we mentioned, this session is interactive, so I'm going to wait for your responses in the session. All right. Yes, thank you. Some of us see a number 6. What else do you see here? Okay. Maybe some of us might see a number 9, inverted 9. Okay, I saw one friend who saw one of us, Arubi, says that it looks like candy. Okay. Kotra, you say that it is red in color. Thank you. All these responses, just a simple diagram. You have different responses. And these responses, there's no right or wrong. There was one participant in one of my sessions. She said that she saw a whistle. Oh, very interesting, a whistle. Wow. Yes, there's one lady or gentleman here who said that she saw a whistle as well. Christina also saw a whistle, exactly. Another gentleman said that he just saw white color. Well, that's no right or wrong. How about this image here? What do you see? What do you see here? This image. Okay, let's wait for a few moments to hear from you. Okay. Thank you for all your responses. Really love your responses. What do you see here? This image. Okay, we'll wait for a few moments. Yes, some of us saw good, some of us saw evil. Okay. Another participant, very interesting. She saw a heart shape. A heart shape. I'm not sure whether you see it. Another gentleman said that he doesn't see anything. He just saw scribbling. All right, nothing at all. Well, you see, such a simple diagram and different perspectives from our group here as well. Now, empathy is also being able to be open to different perspectives. There's no right or wrong perspective. Something which is major to a friend or to a family member, a big concern, a big challenge to this person could be something minor and minute to us. For instance, let's say you have a little sister who's maybe 8 years old, and this little sister was worried about her exams. All right, grade 2. In Singapore, we call it primary 2. Maybe in other countries, we call it grade 2 exams. Now, as a person who has gone through grade 2 exams, to us, it is nothing. To us, it is so simple. But to this young little sister, it is a big thing to her. So being able to look at the other person's perspective is one key component of empathy. Remember, something which is a big concern to the other person could be something minor to us, and something major to us could be something small to the other party. Now, empathy, being able to understand each other's perspective. There's no right or wrong perspective. All right? So, how can we actually show that we empathize with another person? In the case of this little girl who is feeling anxious about the exam, perhaps we might say certain things like, for instance, okay, your fears, your anxieties are not silly. I know how it must be really tough for you, for instance. Okay, or about somebody who has been quite quiet during Zoom meetings, okay, or during your interaction with this person, and this person is unusually quiet. Maybe we can just reach out and say, "Are you okay? You seem very quiet." Acknowledge, okay, that observe that observation, reflect that observation to the other person. All right, or maybe somebody who has gone through a tough time. For instance, losing a job. For instance, losing a family member to the pandemic, for instance. We can actually say something like that. That must be really painful for you. Or how can I help? I'm always here if you need to talk when you are ready to talk. Okay. Or, for instance, we can get through this together. You are not alone. Sometimes, however, it is also okay to keep silent, because silence can speak volumes. Silence is powerful at times as well. Let's say we are not really sure what to say to the other party. By being present, fully present in front of this person, by sitting next to the person, keeping quiet, will speak volumes of our kindness and concern to the other party. All right? Now, my dear friends, in this current situation across the world, we are going through an unprecedented crisis, and people are feeling anxious. People are not feeling too good. Okay, one of the most important things that we can do as a fellow human being is to let people know that they are not alone. Okay, so perhaps if it's okay for you, after this session or tomorrow, send a text to somebody to ask, hey, how are you? I'm thinking of you. You never know, you might be the only person that has reached out to him or her, and you might be able to make a difference. How do we change the world one random act of kindness at a time? And my dear young people here, my dear friends here, you never know the impact of your kindness on another person. All right. Thank you so much for this, for being so interactive during the session. I really appreciate all your responses here. Thank you. I'll pass the time over to Buma. Thank you.
Wow, Miss Joy. Now, wasn't that a very interactive session? And Miss Joy, you're definitely still young. I mean, just look at that enthusiasm and joy on your face. I mean, I especially love that part where you shared how important it is to be self-aware before we extend a helping hand or show empathy to a friend. And that slide you had about phrasing statements and questions in the right way when you speak to someone who's asking for help can make a world of a difference. Isn't that
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Exactly.
So in the interest of time, we will actually be responding to all questions after the session. So please communicate them to us via our social media pages and our official Youth 2.0 email address as well. And we will respond to you there. Ms. Joy, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Take care. Stay safe. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye. So what Ms. Jay shared with us would definitely stay with us till the rest of our lives. So now, as the saying goes, when you sign off, you should go out with a bang. Let us welcome our final speaker for the day, our resident in-house youth, here to #Slay. He is also someone we all look up to and is a true source of inspiration. This is none other than Mr. Trevor Weltman. Trevor has about 10 years of experience in multiple private firms and NGOs all over Asia, working in various capacities within marketing, sales, consulting, project management, and general management. Trevor is currently the Chief of Staff at the Pacific Asia Travel Association in Thailand, where he is responsible for the day-to-day operations of the organization and is also proactive with spearheading special projects as designated by the CEO and board. And fun fact, Trevor is also an avid heartfulness practitioner and trainer. Today, he's here with us to stress upon the importance of meditation and how necessary it is for the youth, especially during the unsettled times that we live in today. And audience, please remember to post your questions in the comments section. Now over to you, Trevor. Time for you to slay.
Thank you very much. I'm laughing because you said stress meditation. You said he's here to stress meditation. So I hope we start with stress and we wind up in a different feeling space. So thank you very much. Let me get my screen set up and then we will go from there. Just give me 1 second, please. Okay, great. I have to move my camera, come here, slideshow play from the start. Okay, can you guys see my screen? The main presentation? Can I get some confirmation on that?
Yes, we can, Trevor.
Okay, cool. Alrighty, thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you very much, everybody, for having me here today. I'm Trevor Weltman, as introduced. Today, I'm officially speaking as a Heartfulness meditation trainer and practitioner, but professionally, I'm the Chief of Staff for the Pacific Asia Travel Association. So at PATA, it's my job. I live here in Bangkok with my wife and kids. And importantly, I've been in the region now for about 10 years. So I started in China, traveled extensively in India, lived in Vietnam, and now live in Thailand. So I'm really honored to be addressing an audience from around ASEAN, as well as feel like I'm also touching the lives of people who are in the same position I was maybe 10 years ago, etc. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. The title of my talk today is what I'm just calling simply that meditation thing. And this is all about creating confidence and clarity in life's decisions at this critical stage. For today, I know you guys have already been on a pretty incredible journey. And actually, even as I took my kids to ballet this morning and we ate lunch, I've been listening the whole time. And we started with that wonderful talk this morning on creating momentum, the building that inner resilience, which was a mind-blowing talk, actually. We got to do a little bit of yoga, and we just heard from that wonderful presentation on building that empathy, creating that empathy muscle. And we're going to end today with me, which is going to get into some of the practical tools about how to actually level up our lives as a young person in today's world. And before we get into it, though, I just want to share that, the themes coming through the talks earlier today, I kind of noted these down. It was like, honestly, just relax. You can do this. You have tremendous potential inside you. You've got this. You can do it all. And finally, this idea of, listen to your heart, check into how you feel, find your passion, everything will be fine. Truth told, these are all very important topics, and these are all very important themes. The problem I've found is that when I was younger, and even up until now, even though I get really inspired and I believe what the speakers are saying, I somehow make this turn in my mind where it gets all serious. It's like, this is very important. This is very serious. And I think back on all these different seminars that I've been to and all the comments that come to me later on from the various speakers or the various attendees when they ask me questions. And I find that oftentimes this is what people hear. And this is certainly what I used to hear when I was younger attending sessions like this. So, for example, I'm so inspired. I get home and I want to start applying these things. So I go like, I have to step up. I need to be better. I need to know exactly what I want to do right now so that I can start making the absolute best decisions possible. Because of course, there's only one decision, so that the rest of my life, which stems directly from this one important decision, can be the most financially, spiritually, and personally fulfilling for me, my parents, my future husband and wife, or my current husband and wife, my children, and my associates. But if I don't know what I need to do right now, or if I don't have a perfect vision in my mind, or even worse, if I make the bad or the wrong decision, then I'm somehow fundamentally flawed and will be a terminal failure until I inevitably die penniless and alone. Now, I did this on one of my previous webinars for Heartfulness, and I just want us all to do a collective facepalm, okay? Just take our hands and just go, right? These are definitely serious topics. I mean, we're talking about the rest of our lives, how to live with meaning, how to live as better people, more positive, more impactful. But we don't have to be serious about it. So let's have fun. Let's be casual. We don't need to be so serious. And this can come through even later in the question and answer session when you talk to me. We need to try to be light and we need to try to experiment. And just so you guys know why I was invited today, I wanted you to know why I'm particularly credible for somebody who you should be listening to on topics of stress management in youth. So I have 27 PhDs. I have 85 Nobel Peace. No, okay, I'm just kidding, right? So certifiable youth, as Buma said in the intro, although I think that I'm soon an expiring youth, but I was born in 1989. I'm 31 years old today. I've been practicing heartfulness since 2007. And the reason why I put these two numbers here is very simple. From the time I was 18 until now, as I entered university, started traveling, first relationships, first career choices, first city moves, marriage, now children. So as I've made this transition through youth, as many of you are doing right now over the last several years, I've had this practice of meditation to help guide my journey. And that's what I'm here to talk about today and to share with you is how I believe meditation has helped me in a very practical way navigate these very difficult and intense waters that some of my peers did not have. So if you love Reddit, if you're a youth, let's learn about heartfulness. So what's the agenda for today? The first thing, and if it's the only thing you take away from today's session, is we need to understand and validate the intense pressure that youth around the world feel today. And I use the word validate intentionally, and we're going to get into that. Second, let's understand how meditation can help us grow from and manage these intense pressures. That'll be another 10 minutes. After that, we're actually going to experience the meditation. Today's session is experiential. So we're going to do a 5-minute guided relaxation, and then we're going to do a 15-minute heartfulness meditation together. And after all of that, you guys can ask me a bunch of questions. So that's the agenda. And before it gets lost, I always like to start with the key takeaways. Here's the key takeaways from today's session. First, we need to chill out and relax. Chillax. Very few people know exactly what they want to do with their life at any stage, let alone their young age, but you still have the responsibility to actively figure it out every day. Be bold. Don't let the fear of potential results prevent you from taking any step. Trying and failing is always better than failing to try. The first step is always the hardest. 3 is what I call reflection for the win. The only way to get better at making good choices for our life is to actually make choices for our life and then actively reflect on them. Experience plus active reflection is the best and only hack if you don't yet know super clearly who or what you want to be. And finally, meditation is the most powerful tool for active reflection. It helps establish this rich and nourishing inner connection with ourselves that provides confidence and clarity about the decisions we are making. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into section number 1, which is to understand and validate the intense pressures that youth feel today. So to do this, we're going to get personal. And I, as well as some of the other speakers, I have a mentee here, but we're going to do this in a slightly different way. So I'm going to move my camera for a second. Okay. What we're going to do is this. Based on your age, I'm going to have you join a different mentee. So if you guys can see my screen, actually, let me still present and then we'll get this set up. So everybody go to menti.com. And if you are with us today and you are 15 to 22 years old, I'd like if you could join this mentee number. So this is for the 15 to 22-year-olds. So please join this number, okay? If you are 22 to 28 years old, please join this number, 17 28 66, okay? And if you are over the age of 28, please join this number, 52 32 32 2. Now, I can't see the comments anymore because I'm on 2 screens and I can't see the comments anymore on Facebook and YouTube. So to the organizers, if people are having trouble, let me know, but they'll still be able to access the numbers. So again, 15-year-olds, 22 to 28-year-olds, and 28-year-olds, everybody has their own mentee, okay? So let's now get out of presentation mode and let's go here. So what is the most important life question you are currently facing in your life right now? What are you trying to answer? So to all the different age groups we have on call, what are the most important questions that you're facing right now? So how to stop procrastinating and get things done. Great. For our 22 to 28-year-olds, family versus goal, where am I headed, what to do in my career, how to manage between career and relationships. I'm heading somewhere, but am I heading in the right direction? Very good question. We're going to come back to that. Okay, what's going to happen after university? How can I help my parents or my nation? Very good. We don't seem to have too many above 28-year-olds, but choosing a life partner, very good. How to contribute to the world around me? Okay, not only about ourselves, but others. How will I make the most meaningful of my life with what I have? So how do I be grateful? How to make my friends' lives meaningful? Very good. Let's see, anything else coming through? Okay, that's the first question. Thank you very much. We see a range of answers already. We'll come back to this. So we all have these big questions, regardless of age. We all have these big questions and these big things that we're trying to work on to better ourselves. So let's look at the next category, okay? What is the hardest part of taking action or making a decision to solve this problem? Okay. So this is the next question. What is the hardest part of taking action or making a decision to solve it? Can you guys put in your answers? Is this working? Mistakes. Okay. Worried about making a mistake. Okay. What else? Dedication. You know, that habit, building up that habit over time. What else makes it difficult? Thinking about action. So we psych ourselves out. Got to be bold. Confusion. Okay. Resistance. Confusion. Okay. So the 15 to 22-year-olds, there's some confusion. We see procrastination, being unsure, people's resistance. So other people, other responsibilities, confidence. Wow. Overthinking. Zoom in. Not sure if you guys can see these so clearly. Make these guys a little bit bigger. Wow, okay. So we're starting to see some overlap across the age groups. We see confusion, uncertainty, being judged. So there's something about other people. Procrastination is in a few different places. Hesitation, time management, procrastination. Okay, so now, unlike the first category where everybody had a big issue they were focused on, but the different age groups didn't seem to have so much overlap, with this question, we're starting to see across the age groups taking those actions to help us make those big decisions. Those hardest parts are sort of shared across age groups, or they're starting to be shared. So let's go to our final question now, and I'll give everybody a minute for this. And it's, who is influencing your decisions the most right now? So who in your life is influencing your decisions the most right now? And I'll give it a minute for everybody to answer before we go back. Okay, so health. Health is very important, of course. I think health is important for a lot of us right now because most of us are in lockdown or semi-lockdown. Parents, friends, me, myself, and I, very good. Who else or what else is influencing your decision for these big life decisions right now? Friends, my parents, circumstances. What about those circumstances? Mother, life partner, husband, friends, my dreams. Okay. Give it one more minute to get these answers in. Oh, I didn't change the question here, sorry. Okay, so as you guys are putting through these final answers in the category, I think it's pretty clear. Even though at different stages of life we might have different goals, the kinds of issues that prevent us from taking actions against those goals or making those decisions, and the people or the external circumstances that are influencing us are basically the same, regardless of what age we're in. So whether we're at the younger side of this youth definition or the elder side of this youth definition, those inner feelings, these inner struggles, these inner challenges are basically the same. So I'm going to go back to my presentation, but thank you everybody very much for being so honest and participating in that multi-mentee. I appreciate it. So I want to dig into this just a little bit more because we're going to talk about something abstract in a little bit, which is meditation. And before we talk about the benefits of that meditation, I want to make sure that we're clear on what the issues we're facing are and how precisely this meditation, and in this case, heartfulness meditation, can help alleviate it. So to return again to our 15 to 22-year-olds, some of the main worries are about passing exams, what to study, where to study, how to stop procrastinating so I can just focus and push on through. So at this stage of life, this is basically us, probably a little bit older. And as we saw in the mentee, a big influence in our life are our parents or the adults in our lives. And already at such a young age, we feel this intense pressure that we have to get into the best colleges. We have to choose a major at a very young age because we need a career that's meaningful, that makes good money, all these different things. But why do we feel this pressure? We feel this pressure in the moment because we feel like if I make these good decisions, then in that next phase of youth and young adulthood, I'm going to have all of these great options. And if I've done a good job to do it in young adulthood, then it's going to set me up for even greater success in that later stage of early adulthood, where I'm going to be buying a home, everything, blah, 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 blah. So again, we're feeling this intense pressure on making decisions without a lot of experience or understanding to back them up at a young age. Now, this isn't only for our 15 to 22-year-olds. As we saw in the Menti, we have our 22 to 28-year-olds. We look more like this at this age. And surprise, mom and dad are starting to get older. Brings on a different set of challenges, a different set of pressures. So we've probably graduated from university or we're a few years into our career, and we're starting to consider new challenges, where to work, change jobs. Money is much more important, relationships, potentially marriage. So we really want to live up to our potential. Do we move cities? Do we change those jobs, etc.? But again, why are we so focused on this? Why do we feel so much pressure and have that fear of making the wrong choice? It's because we're trying to make a decision that sets us up for maximum success in that next phase of life for us. And it's not only that next phase that we're looking at that we feel in these moments, it's the subsequent stages as well. So yet again, we have young people in a moment putting tremendous pressure on themselves to make a decision based on multiple future scenarios. And they don't have the confidence or they're afraid of making the wrong decision. And then finally, not to belabor the point, but I do want to talk about our 28 to 40-year-olds because today's session does cover those 35-year-olds, people in the early familyhood stage, such as myself. Here we are. We're now the adult, and we have one or maybe even a few of these little things called children running about. And surprise again, mom and dad are even older now. So it's all those same pressures as before, but you have to start worrying about your kids' future, making decisions for them, your aging parents and then making decisions for them and helping them. Work never seems to lessen, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's, do I start a family? Do I move my family? What decisions do we make? How does this impact the kids? And again, we're trying to make these strong decisions in the moment in this very new stage of life, a family life, so we can set ourselves up for that success into the future. So yet again, we have to make these decisions in one moment with a lot of pressure to those future moments. So does this sound familiar, guys? I can't see the comments, but I hope this is striking a nerve, because this to me is very, 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 very familiar from the time I was younger until now. So again, let's take that fist palm, everybody with the hand, 1, 2, 3, and let's all go. There's a lot of pressure, guys, and I'm not even trying to be funny about it. Young people today, the studies are in, feeling of competition, anxiety, depression, suicide. It was all bad even before the pandemic. And now, since January 2020, we don't even have the virus pandemic. What they're talking about in the social sciences and in public health is the stress pandemic, the depression pandemic. These were pandemics before the coronavirus, but they've now been exacerbated as a result. So as I shared at the beginning of this presentation, if you take nothing away from what I say, it's the most, if there's only one thing you take away, it's how you feel is real. These pressures, these anxieties, these worries are 200% real. That doesn't mean that they're right. It doesn't mean that you should be feeling this way or that, the world is sane for making young people feel this way. But regardless of all those externalities, how you feel is real to you, and there's many, many, many other people out there who feel the same way. And I'm going to raise my hand and say, over the last 10 years, I have felt all of these things. So with that, let's move on to the second part. Let's understand how this practice of meditation can help particularly young people better grow from and manage these intense pressures that we're all feeling today. And I'm going to say this next thing with a little bit of a smile, and I'm just going to rely on my experience being in the region now for many years. And it's, look, in my country, if you talk about meditation to newcomers, they're going to think mostly of like hippies or like new age people, maybe with crystals, maybe even like smoking weed or marijuana, or they're going to think of it as like a corporate practice or just mindfulness, because meditation's quite mainstream now in more corporate and business settings in the US. But I find when I present in these regions or in countries in ASEAN and beyond about meditation, the first images that come to mind or the first questions are sort of fantastic. It's sort of like, the Monkey King meditating on the clouds and fighting demons. I get asked all these questions right off the bat. Well, if I meditate, do I have to become a sadhu or a sannyasi and leave my home and, go beg for my food? Do I have to be a monk, sitting in a cave for many years in very austere conditions? So the second the word meditation comes, it goes to this very extreme place. There's nothing wrong with any of these things. Being a sadhu, being a monk, of course, and playing the Monkey King video game. No problem with any of that, or watching the shows. But I want to be very clear that the kind of meditation that I'm talking about today was specifically designed for men and women of any age who are still living active social, economic, academic, professional lives in the modern world. So just like if you say, as one of the early speakers said, you like to work out, well, does that intensive dancing? Is that going to the gym for body weight? Is that weightlifting? Is that body pump classes, yoga? Exercise is a larger umbrella term that encompasses anything that is done for the physical health element. Same thing with meditation. There's many different kinds of practices. But this heartfulness practice is designed for people still living as part of modern life and modern society, okay? Now, what is meditation? You've probably heard loads about meditation over the years. The simplest definition of meditation is just to think about one thing continuously for a period of time. I oftentimes get asked as a follow-up question, well, does that just mean focus or concentration, or is it just relaxation? And I would say it's not any of those things per se. Those, as you'll see on the next slide, those are benefits of meditation. But meditation is itself an action or a practice that helps us establish this deep inner connection where we can cultivate awareness of how we think and feel, both in real time in that moment, but as a practice, we get a sense for how we feel over time. Now, what are these benefits of meditation? Okay, less stress, sleep, our sleep gets better, our breathing is better. And one of our early speakers today talked about sleep in the first presentation, and that was spot on. Primary benefit of meditation is for sleep, and that's important in today's world. But there's mental benefits as well. This better awareness, productivity, problem solving, decision making, which is what we're talking about and focusing on today. And of course, the emotional benefits of more compassionate, less angry, healthier relationships, and we hope happiness, okay? Now, I want to make a clear connection here, because earlier we were looking at slides like this. And it's one thing to conceptualize meditation is good for me, it can lower my stress. But, what does sitting in one place for a set period of time with my eyes closed really do to help me make these big decisions? After I open my eyes, I'm still worried about getting married. I'm still worried about finding a job. I'm still worried about traveling. I'm still worried about my elderly parents. I'm still wanting to have greater impact. I still don't know what to do. And so that's the first thing is, that's the first question I get asked at this stage is, but Trevor, meditation is great. I feel more relaxed for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, but I still don't know what to do. So how is this going to actually help me make a difference in my life? That's the first question. On the flip side of it, I'll also get asked, but Trevor, how do I know it's the right choice? I think I already know what I want to do, but I'm so scared of making the wrong choice. I don't want to screw it up. And then everything else is going to be a screw up. And then how do I recover? And then da-da-da-da-da-da. So I'm going to be honest. I don't think the answer to this is you simply have to find your passion or something like that. I'm going to be honest here, and it's this. Especially at a young age, when you're first starting out making these critical decisions for your life, as you make them in the beginning, you don't know what the right choice is. And you're not going to know what the right choice is either. There's very few people who are super clear on what they want to do. Most of us are not, and that includes me. So until you make the decision and then actively reflect on it, you're not going to know if it's a good decision. So the way I style this is what I call swing the hammer. At some point, you're going to have to take a gamble and just try on something small. You're going to have to do it without a lot of confidence and without a lot of experience making those decisions. But again, as was referenced in one of our early talks today, we beat ourselves up a lot about not being able to do this. But if Steve frickin' Jobs, God of the world in today, God of design, Apple, everything, if he, one of the clearest business minds of all time, can confidently tell us he didn't know what he was doing each step of the way, how should that make us feel about ourselves? We can relax. And this is what I mean by swing the hammer. So if you make one of those decisions, but you have a practice like meditation that's helping you actively reflect, then you get to look and you get to say, okay, I started. I've made a decision. I'm 1 week into this. I'm 2 months into this. I'm a year into this. If you're checking into how you feel every day, then you can say, am I going in the direction I want? Should I continue in this direction? Or should I try another direction? You make another small decision. You keep working. By actively reflecting every day, you get to decide, am I going in the direction that I intended to go? Am I going in a different direction? Do I like this direction even though it's not the direction I intended to go in? What small decisions can I make to reorient myself or to enhance the directions I'm already going in? Then, of course, you make another small decision, you actively reflect on it, and that process continues for us. So this is the clearest way I can describe it. I know it's not so straightforward. It goes a little bit like this, guys. Bear with me. But I want to be clear that meditation has a definite place in solving some of these crucial and crippling stresses and anxieties that young people around the world feel every day. So if you find yourself worried about making those big decisions, uncertain of your next steps, but you don't know where to turn, you feel overwhelmed, meditation is not going to solve your problems, but it's a great tool to help you start making and taking confidence in your decisions. So with that, I will stop talking. What we're going to do now in part 3 of today's presentation is we're actually going to experience this meditation together. And we're going to do it in a really, really simple way. Okay? So I'm going to play a 20-minute video in a couple minutes. And I'm going to turn my volume up to make sure it can be heard. And what I'm going to do is, it's a beautiful video that Heartfulness actually created a couple months ago for the International Day of Peace. It's got this wonderfully soothing voice who's going to talk us through a 5-minute guided relaxation where she's going to instruct us to close our eyes and just check into different parts of our body and relax. Because once our body and our mind are more relaxed, meditating will be easier. Then we're going to shift into this 15-minute guided but silent heart-based meditation. Some of you are probably really worried right now about doing 15 minutes of meditation. Don't worry about it, okay? Do as much as you can for as long as you can. If you have to open your eyes, open your eyes. If you want to, it's going to have a nice video playing the whole time. You can just watch that. And if you want to, you can close your eyes again and meditate. Choose a position that's maximally comfortable. If you have to adjust your position or scratch your nose or sneeze or rub your eyes, no problem. Just try to find a position that's most comfortable. Next, please turn off your phones. You can't see it because I'm on that background, but turn off your phones so you don't get interrupted. And then let's listen. So she's going to walk us through this process in the video. And when it's time to meditate, she'll say, please start. And when we're done, she'll say, that's all. And at the end, she's going to walk us through just a couple moments of staying connected with our eyes closed. And then we'll come back together as a group for the closing and the question and answers. Alrighty. So I'm going to go ahead and start the video. I'm going to open the chat as well to the organizers, so you guys can tell me if you can hear me once I start the video or if there's any sound issues. And I have the WhatsApp on my phone as well if there's sound issues. So I'm going to turn the volume all the way up and I'm going to go ahead and play it. If the video gets a little choppy, as has happened in the past when I've done this, pay attention to the sound more than the video, guys. So without further ado, I'm going to start the video and warmly invite all of you to experience this meditation.
A warm welcome to everyone, and thank you for adding your heart and your vision to enable peace around the world. Make sure you're sitting comfortably, and we will start with a simple heartfulness relaxation practice Once you feel relaxed, you'll be guided into heartfulness meditation. We'll all meditate together in silence so that we may feel the peace that surfaces when we turn our attention inwards and dive deep into our hearts. The meditation will end when you hear, "That's all." Please remain sitting silently for a little while after the meditation finishes to tune into how you feel. This helps to absorb the experience and extend the peaceful atmosphere that builds as we meditate together. So, sit comfortably and close your eyes very softly and gently. Begin with your toes. Move your toes and now feel them relax. Imagine a soothing, healing energy from the earth moving up into your toes, feet, and ankles. Then up to your knees, relaxing your lower legs. Feel this healing energy move further up your legs, relaxing your thighs. Now deeply relax your hips, lower body, and waist. Allow your back to soften. From your tailbone to your shoulders, feel your entire back relaxing. Relax your chest and shoulders. You can drop your shoulders and feel any tension simply melting away. Relax your upper arms, your forearms, your wrists and hands, all the way to your fingertips. Let your neck muscles soften and relax. Move your awareness up to your face. Feel your jaw soften and let go of any tension around your mouth, nose, eyes, ears, facial muscles, forehead, all the way to the top of your head. Feel your whole body completely relaxed. Scan your system from top to toe. And if there's any part of your body that is still tense, painful, or unwell, feel it being immersed in the healing energy of the earth for a little while longer. When you're ready, move your attention to your heart. Rest there for a little while. Feel your attention immersed in your heart. Now we will meditate together. Suppose that a source of light is already present in your heart. And it's attracting you from within. Gently relax into that feeling. If you find your awareness drifting to other thoughts, do not fight them, but also do not entertain them. Simply let them be and remind yourself that you're meditating on the source of light in your heart. Allow yourself to dive deeper. Remain absorbed within your heart until you hear the meditation has ended. Keep your eyes closed for a little while longer and tune in to how you feel. Absorb all the peace you've experienced. Now imagine this peace is expanding outwards to everyone and everything around you. And it is encircling the world. When you open your eyes, take the time to enjoy the experience.
Whew. Wow. Thank you all very much for experiencing that with me and allowing us to experience that together. So before we move into the final questions and answers, I just have some basic questions here for you to ask yourself. And actually, you can put these in the comments if you want. But, question 1, how are you feeling right now? Question 2, how was that experience of meditation for you? Was it what you expected? Was it different? How? And then finally, of course, what questions do you have? So that's my presentation today. I'm going to try to raise my chair. That's my presentation today. I don't have really anything else aside from just a quick ending after we do the question and answers. So I'm going to open it up to the floor and hear the questions. So over to you, Uma. Thank you.
Sure, that was spectacular, Trevor. So engaging. And I really liked that part on meditation. That was so true. Whereby movies and TV kind of make it seem like I have to abandon my family, sit in the forest for 300 years to meditate. But your session has definitely enlightened us on how it's as easy as doing it from the comfort of your own room. Like you said, I think it's a perfect time to move on to audience question and answers. We seem to have quite a few questions flooding in. Our first question from the floor: how do I constructively deal with anger and frustration?
It's a big question. I once heard the quote that, anger is a beautiful thing as long as it's going in the correct direction. So whether it's money or anger or some of these traditionally bad things, they're all forms of energy. And I don't mean like, oh, energy in the sky. No, nothing like that. I mean, very practically, there's something that you can put towards a problem and solve that problem if it's the right tool to use. The old quote, if you only have a hammer, then every problem is a nail. So if anger is your only tool, it's probably out of place for many of the situations you find yourself in. But that doesn't mean anger in and of itself is the problem. So I'm going to try to bring this back to meditation and say, it's hard for me, just a guy on the internet, to tell you how to solve anger and frustration, but the most constructive way to deal with it is to actually deal with it. It's not just, get angry and then later on you get mad at yourself about it and wish it could change. A couple things. First is through the tool of meditation, you might find that you're angry all the time as you're meditating. It's not just something that comes up in certain situations. It's your baseline. If that's the case, you're probably going to need some help dealing with that. And likely meditation is not going to be the only tool to help. And that's okay. You might need to find a therapist or a skilled maybe coaching group to talk about that and to start working through it. But if it's something, as you discover through your meditation, that happens only in certain situations, only with certain groups of people, only certain times of a work cycle, before deadlines, before exams, you're going to start to notice these patterns over time. And that's how you can constructively deal with it, is first becoming aware of what are the situations where you find yourself out of control with your anger. The second aspect, as I said in the beginning, is to figure out, actually, is my anger wrong and misguided? Is it something that could help me in these situations, or is it maybe not the best tool for those situations and I could find something else? But again, it starts with that sense of awareness for when and how you're actually feeling angry. Thank you.
That is so true, actually. I mean, instead of trying to fight it, it's important for us to, accept it. And it just ties in with Miss Joy's session as well, on how we need to be self-aware, need to be aware of our own emotions, anger, before we go and try and help someone else, right? So certainly. And we have another question for you. An interesting one here. How do we help our peers understand meditation, especially those who don't really believe in spirituality?
How do we help our peers understand meditation? I'm looking at it now, especially those who don't believe in spirituality. Well, why are you trying to convince your friends of anything? I get this question a lot, and I'm going to be very direct. I oftentimes get asked this question, more often than not, from the people who are actually not practicing meditation every day than those who are practicing it every day. So I'm not saying this to the person who asked it. This is not a direct call out because I can't see the comments. But what I mean is, this is such a deep and enriching individual experience. And there's nothing you can do to convince somebody to do it unless they see that you are already it. My best friends in life, including my brother, took them years to even try meditating after I started because they weren't seeing the changes in me. How could I convince them? But I feel like as they started seeing the changes in me, they were more open-minded to it. And even now, to be honest, my parents are not open to it at all, but they know it's something that's good for me, so they're supportive. So I think it's important to understand, using the language of joy in the previous session, we have to be empathetic that oftentimes people that we know, they're already on this trajectory for their life where they're becoming the best versions of themselves or the natural versions of themselves. As you get deeper into these practices where you start to feel something, you start to feel change, it's only natural to want to share it. But they've known you on a similar journey for many years. They've seen you start things and stop things. It's best to focus on your own change, but with the intention that this change will benefit those around me. And if they're interested, then I can assist them with it later. So I'm not saying hide your light, don't share it, but there's absolutely no need to push this on people or to try to make them do it. Just focus on being that change. And the beautiful thing is meditation helps you connect with others. It helps you be more empathetic. So it makes a natural spread in and of itself.
I couldn't agree more. So I think this wonderful session can be concluded by yourself. I know you have some final takeaways for all of us to bring with us in our journey forward.
Okay. So look, I know Heartfulness meditation. I also have a bachelor's degree in Eastern philosophy. So, I studied a lot of Buddhism, Taoism, etc. There are so many different kinds of meditation. If what you practice today you enjoyed, and if you practiced Heartfulness a few more times and it doesn't feel right for you, that doesn't mean meditation isn't right for you, just perhaps maybe Heartfulness isn't. But if you practice the Heartfulness and you felt like it was something nourishing, I just want to share with you a few additional resources that are available online asynchronously for you to continue. So just very quickly, What we covered today was the meditation. This is one of the tools in the Heartfulness Toolkit to help us be more confident, be more intentional, and live better lives. We have the tool of relaxation that you already experienced. We have this tool of interconnect, which is a great way of powering our sleep before we lay down at the end of the day to make that deep connection so then we can start the next day with even greater intention and focus. And then, of course, importantly, we have cleaning. We all know we clean the trash on our computer. We take our garbage out from our kitchens every day. Sometimes we have to close 50 of the 800 apps running on our phone so it performs better. Our bodies are the same. And our cleaning meditation is a form of meditation that helps us take everything we've collected during the day, that stress, that anger, everything, good, bad, and learn how to remove it from our system. So for anybody who's interested in taking this further on their own, we do have these resources online at the heartfulnessinstitute.org/experience. These can be viewed anytime, anywhere, on any device. And then I know we have people all over the region on call. And it's in the Facebook group as well as in the YouTube links. But in every metro area in the countries where people are joining from, we have centers and we have coordinators there, just like myself, who are available to help you with your heartfulness journey. So with that, I thank you all very much. You can reach me through the organizers if you need to, or continue asking the questions, and stay confident and take action. You don't know what's going to happen, but you got to take those first steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trevor. You've summarized it perfectly. I personally love the cleaning portion of heartfulness meditation. Really helps me to get by the day and start the next day fresh. So thanks a lot, Trevor. All right, guys, I guess it's that time of the day. We have come to the end of day 1 of Youth 2.0 ASEAN Plus. We hope you enjoyed listening to and learning from all of our highly experienced and amazing speakers. Thank you to every one of you who stayed with us until the end of the day. On behalf of Team Youth 2.0, I extend my deepest gratitude and hope that you will join us yet again for another day of immersive, enriching, and holistic learning experience. Also, a kind reminder for all those who have been with us today. You will be presented with an e-certificate for attending our 2-day session. All you have to do to avail the certificate is to fill out the form at the link shared on the screen, or just use your QR code to scan it. Kindly note, this is to be filled just once for the entire event. And I'm sure you Singaporeans have QR code scanners since we use it on a daily basis for safe check-ins. So please do use that to scan the QR code over here for your e-certificate. And now we have a quick closing mentee question for all of you, just to get a feel of how you're doing at the end of today's session. Please log on to www.mentee.com, a link that we should all be familiar with by now, and type the code 114854. I repeat, 114854. We always get really excited when we do these mentee sessions with you, as we get some very, very creative responses. So log on to mentee.com. So do drop in your comments on how you felt about today's sessions as well, while we wait for the mentee question to come up. All right, looks like our question is up. How was your learning for the day? That was exactly what I'd asked. Seems like we have a few interesting responses coming up. Put your thoughts in action, definitely. Resilience is the key to inner progress. And let's practice this after this session. Self-awareness is crucial. Extremely. I get to know how to be a better youth. Well, we're glad to know that you feel that way as well. Be brave. Be bold. To stay grounded and become resilient irrespective of the circumstances. Very well summarized. Meditation is cool. Yes, it's no longer the days of going into the forest and abandoning your families. It is cool indeed. Empathy is to understand and feel with the person. Exactly. And to rephrase your statements in the right way. Acceptance, self-love, empathy, and wonderful session of heartfulness meditation. We're really glad to know. Amazing. Create momentum, don't compare yourself. Very good takeaway. Be positive and have empathy for others. Exactly. Especially in times like today. Learning is more about each and every session, which is eye-opening and help me as an individual to understand. We're glad to know. Overcoming challenges and how to be calm in terms of times of difficult obstacles. Amazing, great. So we did get a lot of engaging responses. And to conclude, the second half of our webinar will actually begin tomorrow at the same time at 11 a.m. Singapore time and 8:30 a.m. Indian time. If you have missed any of the sessions from today, you can watch them on our official YouTube channel under Youth 2.0. Now, please follow us on our social media pages on Instagram and Facebook under Youth 2.0 for fun and interactive content, as well as other immersive sessions. Until then, stay safe and healthy, and we will see you all tomorrow.